This is the first part of a story where Izuku had both all for one, and one for all, and Harem with Mitsuki, Toga, and Nejire. The same day he loses his loved one, Izuku obtains all for one. He will use this power so that no one ever loses a loved one. All villains will fear this young man who will be the greatest hero, having a quirk with such a dark past, the savior and the executioner, the only one who decides. Izuku, the entity hero. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Welp, with that out, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. My worst day. Izuku's POV. I live in a society where 80% of the population has powers, or abilities called quirks. It's basically a society where powers abound, and a career has been created for those who want to use their quirks for good. Quirks usually present themselves in childhood, but I never had one. When I was examined at the hospital, they told me it was because I'm completely normal and have a joint that people with quirks don't. In short, I'm going to hell, and won't have any superpowers to save people. The reason I wanted to be a hero is simple. Since I was little, I admired All Might, the #1 hero who always saved people with a dazzling smile on his face. To me, that was and is the coolest thing in the world, and what kid wouldn't dream of being a hero with such an example? So when I received the news that I couldn't have a quirk, I got really depressed. I couldn't fulfill my dream no matter how hard I tried, but I still didn't give up, and I studied as hard as I could, with the goal of being able to enter UA, which is the best hero school in the world. Definitely if I get in there it means that I can be a hero, right? Today I return from another normal day of school, another day of abuse and insults from my classmates. Why? For the simple fact of not having a quirk. My former best friend Katsuki Bakugo, for having a very strong quirk, became self-centered and abusive towards me, giving me the nickname Deku, as if to say I'm useless. Over time, I learned to handle the insults. And it's all thanks to the fact that there is still one person who believes in me to become a hero. That is my mother. Although at first it was difficult for him to accept the fact that I wouldn't give up on my goal of becoming a hero, over time he warmed to the idea and began supporting me in every way he could. He's my only surviving relative because my father died on a business trip 10 years ago. I'm currently 14 years old, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm just getting home from school. I arrive at my front door and enter as usual. I'm home, Mom, I say loudly, announcing myself as I leave my shoes in the entryway. Then I walk further into the living room and realize my mom hasn't arrived. Now that I notice, her shoes aren't in the entryway either, so she probably hasn't returned from shopping yet. I don't give it much thought, so I go change into more comfortable clothes. After about 10 minutes, I'm in the living room wearing looser clothes like shorts and a sleeveless shirt, both in different shades of black. I get ready to sit on the couch to watch TV, but out of nowhere. Ting-tung. It was my doorbell. It was probably my mother returning from shopping, but I don't understand why she didn't have her key. I approach the entrance and look through the people. What I see on the other side is a police officer with a slightly sad expression. I wonder what the officer wants and slowly open the door. Good afternoon, are you Izuku Mitsuki? The officer asks me with a look that worried me at first. Why yes, it's me, what's wrong? I ask with intrigue. Officers had never come to my door because my neighborhood was very quiet. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, kid. But your mother. In commataria, he remained silent for a few seconds. Died during an attack by villains 6 hours ago. The police officer told me sadly, with a look of condolence, as he placed a hand on my right shoulder. My eyes widened. What? I asked with a stiff smile, taking a step back. He must be joking with me, right? As surely Ken told him to scare me like that, it really isn't funny, I answered the officer with a light smile. It was probably some bad joke Ken had Made up to give me a heart attack or something. What the policeman was telling me was simply impossible. How stupid was I to take it seriously for a moment? However, the officer heartened his gaze with pity. I know it's hard to accept, kid, but it's the truth. In the commercial district, a villain with metal powers attacked and caused a large sign to fall on a large crowd of innocent people. Your mother was one of them, the officer explained to me while taking off his cap to offer his condolences, as if what he was saying were true. It's really not funny. Stop the damn Joe. Korody Cat Ken. I exclaimed loudly so that the idiot Cat Ken came out of his hiding place to yell at me and tell me that I look pathetic. The joke is too bad. He probably paid the officer well to cooperate with him. Telling this kind of lie is very wrong. But the man's expression didn't change. Please, kid, calm down and understand that this isn't a joke. Your mother, in commissariat, has died. And that's the reality. I'm truly sorry, but you must accept it in order to move forward. Tomorrow I'll come back to inform you about her life insurance and the funeral. Be strong, kid, the police officer told me with a firm voice, trying to comfort me. B really is a damn big liar. It's impossible that something like that happened to my mom. Completely impossible. Just imagining the scene he described to me. I can't. I watched the officer get into his patrol car and drive off. I stood there without saying a word, just waiting with a smile for someone, anyone, to tell me it was the worst fucking prank they'd ever played on me. An idea came to me and I slammed the door shut, heading back into my living room. I quickly reached my couch and quickly and roughly grabbed my phone to speed dial my mom's number. Please, 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 I whisper nervously, hoping it's all just a stupid nightmare I'm going to wake up from at any moment. Ring. I hear my phone dialing, but still no one answers. And it goes to voicemail, hello, is it working right Izuku? This is in commissariat's voicemail. I'm busy at the moment, so she leaves a message after the tone. I listen with fear and nervousness to my mother's voicemail. I still remember when she asked me for help recording it because she doesn't know how to handle technology. I don't give up and I dial again. The result is the same, so without stopping I dial again. The result is the same. I feel tears start to come out of my eye sockets and run down my cheeks, while I still have a slight smile waiting for my mother to answer and say that everything is okay. So I dial again. There is no answer. Little by little my hand starts to shake, so I dial again. No one answers again. I'm scared, very scared. I'll repeat it as many times as necessary. It's impossible that my mom died crushed like a cockroach by a big sign. The damn image simply doesn't fit in my head. The only person I had left was none other than my blessed mother, who this very morning said goodbye to me with a kiss and a kind smile. I'm starting to shake violently, and tears are falling uncontrollably as I look at my phone, so with all my faith I dial my mom's number again. Ring. There is no damn answer. Crash. I throw my phone hard at the wall and it breaks immediately. It's true, right? My mom died and I'll never see her again. This isn't a joke from Kaken or my worst nightmare, right? It's a fact I seem to have to accept. My mom died. And I'll never be able to see her smile again. I cry uncontrollably on my couch while clenching my fists with extreme force and rage. What was her fault to be a victim of a damn villain? The damn guy would surely continue living and breathing even if you were arrested, a right he doesn't have for doing that to my mother. That wretch killed my mother. Ooh. I scream loudly and angrily as I stand up from the couch to kick him several times full of hate, pretending that he was the damn bastard who murdered my innocent and wonderful mother. I continued attacking the furniture until I had no more energy left. Heartbroken, I continued crying with rage, thinking about how to find and make the bastard pay. The officer didn't say that he had been arrested, but even if I wanted to kill him, I don't have the power to do it. However, I don't care at all. I don't fucking care. I can't let this stay like this. I can't let this stay like this. You're interesting, kid," said a deep voice that seemed to come from the window of the shed that was next to the living room. I jumped in panic and noticed that there was a man outside wearing a black formal suit and a black mask shaped like a skull with tubes of the same color on the sides that seemed to connect in the back area of the mask, somehow resembling Darth Vader. I couldn't get any words out due to the confusion and the fact that my throat hurt from crying and screaming. The intimidating man calmly opened the window and entered the room, then approached me. Fearfully, I hugged my legs and covered my face, hoping he wouldn't hurt me. But he simply knelt in front of me. "I know everything that happened to you, Izuku." When he said my name, a shiver ran down my spine. "I understand your hatred and your sadness completely. All of this would not have happened if the heroes had done their job well, don't you think? Your loss has affected you a lot and I understand it, so I offer you the opportunity to change society, so that no one else suffers like you today." The man told me with a disturbing calm and tranquility, while he caressed my hair with his right hand. Honestly, what the man said and conveyed to me didn't feel that bad, but I still couldn't get several questions out of my head. My name is irrelevant at the moment. The important thing is that I have a quirk called All for One, and it allows me to steal, make other people's quirks mine, and also allows me to give them to other individuals, so it is the most powerful and useful quirk for you. His words only confused me. But before I could ask him, he took me by both shoulders and what I suppose was a gesture to make me understand the seriousness of the matter. "But that's impossible, right? That a particularity with the description you're giving me could exist. Someone with that particularity would be too powerful. It would be a tragedy if that power were in the wrong hands." As if seeing right through me, the man chuckled softly before standing up. "I'm offering you this quirk so you can change the society to your liking, to shape it to your will, to make the incompetent heroes disappear, and for your word to be law for all. The heroes will not be an impediment to you, and you will be able to manipulate them as you please. No one will be able to stop you, and you will make the society open its eyes to see that the real problem lies in the very nature of its beloved peace. The strongest make the changes while the weak are mere pawns beneath the strong." His words held a passion and conviction that threw me off and even convinced me at times when I saw him raise a fist. My eyes are probably red from crying, but I could swear his speech evoked a brief admiration in a part of me I didn't know existed. If what this man says is true, I could get revenge for my mother. I could make sure no one ever loses a loved one again. I could help others like I've dreamed of since I was little. He turned his gaze on me again and extended his hand. "So what's your answer, Izuku? Do you accept inheriting this power to change the society that turned its back on your mother?" He asked me with a gentleness that clashed with how threatening he looks with that mask on, but which nevertheless managed to reach me. I nodded self-consciously. "I accept your offer," I replied in a broken hoarse tone as I reached out to take his hand. It was seconds after shaking his hand that a great pain ran through my body. I felt like every bone in my body was breaking, like every molecule was screaming in pain, as if my heart was being stabbed 100 times. The man wouldn't let go of my hand even though he saw all the suffering he was causing me, as if he expected something from all this pain. Did this man want to kill me? Was it all a fucking trick? Am I going to die without even making a change for the better in society? Will I never be able to avenge my mom? No. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to die today. I have to live for my mother, who would like me to continue with my life. I won't let this man kill me. I won't die. Grush. In the blink of an eye, I moved my free hand to punch the man in the stomach, but everything happened differently than I planned. My arm turned into a large metal blade that pierced the man in the suit's stomach, who doubled over in pain. However, he remained standing for several more seconds, before letting go of my hand, and proceeding to kneel in front of me again. My arm, blade still stuck in him. And then at some point the pain stopped. I look at the state of my arm, completely terrified. But out of nowhere I feel a hand placed on my head, and I realize that it is the man who seems to still have something to say to me despite being badly injured. All for One's transfer has been successful. Izuku, you may get mad at me later, but it's too late to back out. And if you happen to see a boy named Tamara Shigaraki, please tell him that I went too far away and that I won't come back, but that he should still follow his goals, the masked man told me, and then coughed inside his helmet. The warm blood gushing from the deep wound I made stained my arm, which returned to its normal shape. After almost a minute of dry coughing, he fell silent, and his hand on my head lost strength at the same time that I stopped hearing the hoarse breathing from his mask. My eyes widened as I realized that this man died by my hand. Before anything else, I was surprised to watch as the man's corpse turned into black dust that rose into the air, before quickly entering my mouth without me being able to avoid it. I could feel a feeling of disturbing serenity invade me, and a scorching heat run through my body. Perhaps it was due to that transfer of all for one that he mentioned, but I feel as if I now have the ability to control the quirk. I wouldn't know how to explain it, but it's as if it were mine all my life. I felt powerful for the first time in my life. The feeling of having so many peculiarities inside me is indescribable. I only needed a brief look inside myself to understand the amount of dangerous peculiarities that guy had and still decided to give me, but that's it. I froze when I realized that I pierced the man's stomach with my arm turned into a metal blade. I remember the words of the officer who came a while ago. A villain with metal powers attacked and caused a large sign to fall on a large crowd of innocent people. Your mother was one of them. It can't be a coincidence. A guy who has a metal quirk comes to my house on the same day that a villain with a similar quirk murdered my mother. It didn't take a genius to understand. By putting all the pieces together, I understood that the man who gave me all for one is the same one who killed my mother. Curse! I roared and slammed my foot on the ground, causing the house to shake in response to my anger. What the hell purpose did he have of doing it? What the hell did he want to prove by killing my mother? Am I part of an experiment of his or what? I gritted my teeth tightly, pressing my forehead against the ground as I clenched my fists so tightly my knuckles turned white. I don't understand. I don't understand. But it doesn't make sense. I'm not going to get anything back by losing my temper. I didn't know where this self-control came from, but taking deep breaths, I found myself on my knees with my arms hanging reluctantly, only my frown remaining. Whatever it is, that man had a plan for me with that speech of his, and I'm definitely not going to indulge him. I am offering you this quirk so that you may change the society to your liking. But you may shape it to your will, that incompetent heroes may disappear, and that your word be law. For all, the heroes will not be an impediment to you, and you may manipulate them as you please. For a moment I was seriously tempted by his words, but if I have this power I will use it for good, and not for evil. I will not fulfill the will of my mother's murder. Maybe now I'm alone, but I still won't let anyone lose a loved one. I mustn't cry anymore. I'll have to be able to bear the sadness from now on. I must make Mom proud. I'm going to graduate from UA and be a hero. No one will make fun of me or stop me from achieving it. I've decided, no innocent person will die. While I'm there, I'm going to become an existence that will frighten anyone who wants to do harm and cause chaos. I looked down at my fists. Now I have to deal with my mother's absence and continue attending school. I have to start preparing now to enter UA, but even so, I won't just stand by and watch when someone is in danger. With or without a license, I will save whoever needs it. That is my goal, I must never forget it. Normal POV. After a minute of silence, Izuku stood up with a tempered determination in his eyes, wiped the remaining tears from his face, and then walked over to where his phone was shattered into pieces. He sighed and reached out for the damaged device, which magically began to slowly reassemble itself as the pieces floated and began to come together. Telekinesis or time control? The truth is that it doesn't matter. Right now. After a minute of waiting, the phone was as if it had never been broken. The phone floated back into his hand. He turned it on and found a picture of his mother in his gallery, smiling happily with him in her arms the day she gave birth to him. He felt his heart clench at the realization that she was no longer in this world, but he still couldn't help but smile softly at the sight of her joy. I love you, Mom. I hope you're watching me when I save people. I'll prevent more victims of villains like you. The green-haired man told his deceased mother, and set the image as wallpaper. He put away his phone and was left alone in the sad silence of the house, a place that is now a source of many memories he has with a great woman who cared for him and loved him all his life. He shook his head, trying not to look too affected by it. I guess I just have to wait until I'm accepted into UA, but now I'll need to train a lot. If I want to achieve my goal, he said, looking at his right fist, studying how many of his quirks he could manifest through it, now that he has all for one. He would no longer be the weak nukus that everyone made fun of. Now he would earn respect, and even if everyone was against him, he would become the #1 hero. If this great quirk was given to him by a villain, then he would turn it into a heroic quirk used for good. I'll start training tomorrow, he decided with a sideways smile, looking at a set of weights in a far corner of the room that he would use very often from today on. As much as he didn't want to, he will remember this day all his life. It's not just the day his mother died, but it's also the day he gained the power to become a true hero, as he's dreamed of since he was a child. He turned on his feet and headed down the hallway, where he stopped in front of his mother's bedroom door. He stared at it for a moment before reaching for the handle, stopping a few inches away, but forcing himself to step inside. He didn't like it, but he knew this room would never be used by her again. He calmly approached the bed, bent down, and a box at the far end moved toward him, which he then placed on the sheets. She opened it and looked at the photo album her mother had, taking it in her hands with a sad grimace before sitting down and taking a few moments to gather her courage. She has to face the facts that the being she loved the most has died because of a cynical, unfortunate person. She took a deep breath and began flipping through the photos inside the album. First, there was the photo he has on his phone from the day he was born. She looked so happy. The next few were of him as a baby, where she bathed him, took him for walks, fed him, rocked him in a maternal hug, birthdays she'd organized with great effort, his first day at day care, her leaving him in his crib, and so on. Small tears formed at the edge of her green eyes. She tried her best to bear the pressure in her chest, and the vertigo that ravaged her senses. However, it was difficult to accept that she would never see him again, and that there were thousands of people feeling the same way about a loved one who had been taken from them. It was simply heartbreaking for her soul. He came to the photos where she took care of him and Kaken when they met to play in the park, another where she dressed him in a full-body all-mic pajama, because he had asked her to, another where she accompanied him on his first day of basic education. He remembers that day she accompanied him to the classroom, encouraged him with a song that she always hummed to him, and then gave him her all-mic doll to help him build up his courage. Then there were more recent photos from like 2 years ago, one where he was cooking with her and made her laugh, another photo where they were together, but it was poorly taken by her because she didn't know how to use her new phone. Izuku remembered and treasured all those moments with bittersweet nostalgia, knowing there would be no more mother-son moments to add to the album, now that she was gone. Moments later, he flipped to the last page of the album, which featured a photo of his mother, smiling gently as she made the peace sign, with him studying at the dining room table in the background. This confused the green-haired boy because he didn't know when she had taken the photo. It wasn't until several seconds later that he remembered how, for about a week, he had been on a period of exams, so he studied like crazy, despite having one of the best grades in his class. But the sad grimace she took the photo and held it up to look at it more closely. The last photo of Inko Material Live. If only I had known this morning that I wouldn't see her again, then she. With difficulty he contained his own frustration and prevented his hand from squeezing the photo of his beloved mother. For no particular reason he turned it over, and his eyes widened when he saw on the back a message in her handwriting. He swallowed and began to read what was written. Me and my little hero, who saved me from loneliness and gave me the great honor of being his mother. My little Izuku studies hard and strives to one day become a great hero who saves people, despite all the difficulties in his path. That's the kind of son I have, and I'm proud of him. Thank you for being my son, Izuku. A drop fell on the back of the photo, then another. Izuku was surprised to find himself with tears escaping his eyes and running down his freckled cheeks. He tried to hold it back, he really tried, but the tears flowed steadily with no signs of stopping. Sobs began to echo around the room, and inevitably, Izuku Midoriya found himself plunged into bitter, silent tears at the wave of emotions that battered his fragile heart. After reading his mother's words, "Dear best at school today too, okay, Izuku?" She cheered him up with a big smile as she saw him off at the front door, and he had to go to school. If only he had known he wouldn't see her again, he would have said something instead of just nodding. Gah. She carefully clutched the photo in her hands as tears continued to flow. He has to make her proud. He will be a great hero who would save everyone who needs him like she needed him in her final moments. He would be strong like she was so many years after her father's death. He would live to fulfill his dream like she would have wanted him to because he had her support. And so it would be. But today he is just a boy who lost his mother and wants to vent his feelings through his sad tears for her loss. But he would keep her with him both in his heart and in his memory, so that she would never completely disappear. She would live on inside him and would be the engine that encourages him when he feels overwhelmed or confused. Even after death in Commissariat, his mother would continue to support him, and that is enough for him. The next day. Last night was truly hell for young Midoriya, but what happened won't be revealed until later. At noon, the police officer returned, as he had promised, with a lawyer who would handle his mother's will and the boy's legal documents and arrangements. All of the late in Commissariat's belongings would be given to Izuku, along with her bank account, to pay for his studies, including college tuition when the time came. Then there was a discussion about who would have custody of the green-haired boy, but a tired Izuku presented the fact that he had no living relatives and requested to live alone, without an adoptive family or legal guardian. The lawyer, who initially showed resistance, couldn't say no to the strangely calm young man and agreed, so he would begin preparing the boy's documentation. Once it was clarified that he would continue attending school and, thanks to his mother's money, he would be able to support himself without having to work for at least 4 years, so his basic needs were supposedly already covered. The officer and the lawyer left after a while, discussing various matters such as Inko's funeral. There was still a lot of paperwork to be done with the lawyer, but Izuku was already assured of an empty house full of memories, in which he would be the only one training and studying. He would go to school as before without worrying about getting a job thanks to his mother's efforts, so he would have time to familiarize himself with All for One, and all the quirks it contains to one day be the one who saves them all. All for One ended up in good hands that would use it for good. That power would be the downfall of countless criminals and villains who dared to do harm. From that day on, he would no longer be the same as Izuku Midoriya as before, but his goal hasn't really changed much. He would be the greatest hero of all. Chapter 2. I'm not the same, I'm better. Normal POV. A year had passed since Izuku obtained his all-for-one power and his mother's death. The green-haired man, with determination and conviction, trained tirelessly, doing a workout that could traumatize more than 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, lifting 100 kilograms in each arm, and running 100 kilometers every day without fail. His body quickly became affected by such vigorous training, and his physical appearance largely reflected it. The green-haired boy was already 15 years old, and in his last year of high school. Despite his youth, he stood 1 meter 80 centimeters tall, with strong, defined muscles that weren't exaggerated and were ideal for attracting any type of girl who saw him. The insults toward him from his classmates ceased due to the intimidating aura the green-haired boy emanated, who was now serious, intimidating, strong, and strangely unconcerned with his surroundings. Something strange that's happened to him since the day he acquired All for One is that he's been having several nightmares for weeks, in which he's seen grotesque, bloody, cruel, inhuman, and even traumatizing scenes. These scenes could very well be fragments of the former wielder's memories, so he may possibly at some point come to know the reason why the man chose him to be his successor. After all, if he remembered correctly, he had mentioned a certain Shigaraki Tamara, to whom he could have given his quirk. In any case, those nightmares caused the green-haired boy to gradually get used to seeing them, but he still couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw the atrocities caused by the former bear. Those fragments showed torture, conversations, obtaining quirks, battles and more from the former user of All for One, that could be related to when Izuku absorbed the dust from the corpse of the man in the suit. In any case, those nightmares could be useful, as Izuku could find out about important conversations that revealed a lot of information about the villain society, how the previous wielder stole the quirks, and above all how he performed in combat. He has had countless battles against heroes and villains alike. The most difficult were undoubtedly some in which he fought against 7 very strong individuals who always presented him with a challenge, but in the end he always won and they fled, although they always stopped his plans. In the last fight that Izuku managed to see, he watched as All for One fought against a woman from those 7 individuals, and against the silhouette of a young hero who matched him in strength. The fight was fierce, and All for One managed to kill the woman he has fought numerous times, but incredibly, the young man's silhouette managed to defeat him, leaving him in critical condition. Certainly the hero did not end up in a better condition, but the point is that this was All for One's first defeat against the former wielder. In the end, what Izuku most intrigued was the identity of the hero's silhouette, who managed to defeat the damn-suited villain who murdered his mother with some hidden agenda. In any case, the green-haired boy didn't give it much thought because it could interfere with his study, research, reading, and training schedule. Strangely and miraculously, he was able to maintain a perfect balance between all of those things, including the time it takes him to cook, bathe, sleep, and go to school. Suki, for his part, was really irritated by the attention his former friend was receiving at school. He always insulted him in class and made fun of him as he always did, but none of the insults affected Midoriya. He simply ignored him completely or looked at him out of the corner of his eye in an intimidating manner, causing Bakigu to give in to his behavior and annoyance. On more than one occasion, the blonde boy has wanted to confront the green-haired boy outside of school, but Izuku always calmly and casually avoids him, or simply intimidates him with his gaze. Bakigu wondered why the weekend cowardly green-haired boy, who always bothered him, had changed his mind in Izuku's classes. Another ordinary day at school for the green-haired boy who looked at his hero notebook calmly. While the teacher just gave a sermon about using quirks for good, Kitsuki for his part was sitting in his seat with his legs on the desk, showing that he didn't care at all about what the teacher said. Well, young people, there is almost nothing left for you to graduate, so I hope you think very carefully about which school you will go to. Do not forget that you are the future of the hero society, said the teacher with encouragement and with a big smile while he extended his hand, stretching them with his quirk. All of Izuku's other classmates screamed in excitement at this, each of them displaying their own quirks except for Kitsuki. It's worth mentioning how ridiculous some of them had their quirks. Stretching their neck or nose isn't a good quirk, and yet they'd make fun of someone who can't do it like a mucus AI. What idiots. Don't put me in the same bag with all these extras. I will be the one who will be the number 1 hero, surpassing All Might, Kitsuki exclaimed with strength, confidence, and pride while he leaned with one foot on his stand. The others only began to complain to him for the fact that he had called them extras. Calm down already, back you go. I remember that you plan to enter UA, right? Said the teacher calmly while looking at Kitsuki. The ash blonde smiled defiantly at this and clenched his fists with determination. I think it's great that you're applying to the best school in Japan, but you're not the only one, right? Midori wants to get into UA too, the teacher continued calmly before turning to look at the green-haired boy who, as always, remained quiet and serene in his seat while reading. The teacher remembers that on more than one occasion, when he saw Izuku reading, he would hit him to get his attention, but the green-haired boy always ended up holding his hand tightly. Now he remembered that he shouldn't mess with the green-haired boy. Everyone in the class fell silent because they no longer had enough courage to make fun of the intimidating green-haired boy who, at first glance, seemed like someone worth watching out for. Bakugo just glared at Izuku in anger upon hearing that his rival wanted to go to the same school as him. Damn Deku, how dare you even think you can attend to the same school as me? Kitsuki exclaimed with rage and anger while making small explosions come out of the palms of his hands. The green-haired boy ignored this and continued calmly reading his notes. It's not like the blonde was worth his time to answer him. Although surely the troublemaker would do something. Don't you dare ignore my damn nerd. Bakugo exclaimed with annoyance and fury as he approached the green-haired boy's seat to hit him. The green-haired man calmly dodged the blow without getting up from his seat and then took Kitsuki's wrist and then placed it on his back, preventing the blonde from moving due to the pain and because he would possibly lose his arm if he did. Everyone, including the teacher, was silent and stunned by the scene. In a matter of seconds, the green-haired man subdued the explosive blonde with complete ease. Izuku only sighed at this before releasing Kitsuki, who rubbed his wrist in some pain. Hasn't it become clear to you in all this time that I'm no longer someone you scare? Just give up on intimidating me and don't bother me, I have better things to do than waste time. With the one who was once my best friend, said the green-haired boy calmly while looking sideways at the ash blonde, who became enraged at the embarrassment that the green-haired boy made him feel, but for now he wouldn't do anything because something inside him told him that it was better to stay away from Izuku. On the streets on the way to Izuku's house. Now Izuku was returning home normally. It should be said that now Izuku always had a border carefree expression. Nothing disturbed him or made him lose his serenity. He was currently passing through a tunnel, while his mind was on ordering a pizza after training. An unfortunate boy, said a mud-like life form emerging from a sewer with happiness and malice. Then, upon fully emerging, it was evident that it was a villain with a quirk of transforming into mud. He only went after Izuku to take over his body, but he didn't expect that. I am. Izuku quickly turned to look at the villain with truly intimidating and dark eyes while holding his hand outstretched in his direction. It seemed that in a split second, he had trapped the villain in a transparent blue cube that was as big as the villain. That was one of Izuku's quirks called Perfect Cube, which allowed him to create cubes of different sizes made of energy that were very resistant and useful for enclosing living beings. Its eyes could be controlled at will, but the further it is from its creator, the less resistant it will be and its duration can vary. What the fuck? Exclaimed the mud villain in confusion and panic as he looked at the cube that had him trapped. He then realized that eventually the size of the cube decreased, causing the villain's size to decrease as well, until he was finally the size of a soccer ball. You didn't expect this unlucky boy to do this to you, right? Izuku said with a slight smile as he watched the mud villain, unconcerned, who was inside the bucket unable to move or put up any resistance, while he looked angrily at the green-haired boy. Damn brat, get me out of here. The villain demanded, very irritated and furious. Just moments ago, he was escaping from a very dangerous hero, and when he tried to camouflage himself using the body of the passerby, he ended up like this. You don't really think I'm going to obey come like you, do you? Izuku said with a slight mocking smile as he picked up the bucket where the villain was. It seems that someone else has arrived, the green-haired man said calmly, while he put the bucket on his back and observed that the number one hero, All Might, was approaching, while he seemed to be looking for something. A man was tall with tanned skin, very muscular and large. He has blonde hair with two large antennae of hair completely raised. He was wearing a white t-shirt and brown jeans. He had a shopping bag in one hand, and had a big, bright white smile on his face. His eyes were almost not visible because of their prominent sockets. Hey young man, have you by any chance seen a mud villain? Asked a symbol of peace with a big smile on his face as he stopped in front of Izuku to smile at him. Hello All Might, I've certainly seen one, the green-haired man replied calmly, a small, serene smile on his face. As much as he had admired the symbol of peace for as long as he could remember, that fanaticism subsided, and he could easily remain calm when standing in front of his favorite hero. Really? Where is he? All Might asked intrigue, still wearing that big grin. To clarify, it should be noted that All Might always has a smile on his face, and the moments where he doesn't have one will be emphasized. Right here, Izuku responded calmly as he showed the blue cube with the villain inside. This shocked and surprised the blonde and frightened the villain when he found himself in front of the hero he was running away from. But what? How did you manage to lock him up by yourself, young man? Asked a symbol of peace, very surprised and excited to see that the villain he was chasing was stopped by a high school student who looked about 17 years old due to his physique. It was nothing. The point is that he's not free, so I locked him up with my quirk, the green-haired man responded, in a simple and calm manner, while he downplayed the matter with one hand. Then thank you very much, young man, I'm sorry to get involved in my fights. All Might said, a little surprised but still very grateful to the green-haired young man who prevented the villain from remaining free. Don't worry, All Might, by the way, the cube will disappear at any moment if it is too far away from me, so you won't have another container to take it with you. As Zuko asked calmly and with a slight smile, while he watched a peace symbol touch the cube that he created with curiosity. I've got a bottle here. All Might replied happily as he pulled a large bottle of soda from his pants. The green-haired man just nodded, indicating that it would work. Then the blonde drank the entire bottle as if it were a glass of water, leaving it completely empty. He then proceeded to put the villain inside said container. You've been a great help, young man, the blonde said with intrigue after trapping the villain in the soda bottle. Izuku mid-area, the green-haired man answered simply and unconcernedly. Well, thank you very much, young mid-area, do you want an autograph? Proposed the number one hero while taking out of his pocket an autograph pen that he always had on hand. If it's not a bother, the green-haired man replied calmly as he took out volume 13 of his notes on the heroes. It was interesting to write down the other heroes' quirks and their characteristics, even if he never planned on stealing them. Then thank you again, young mid-area, goodbye, said the hero happily as he walked out of the tunnel while raising his hand saying goodbye to Izuku. Wait, All Might, I have a question to ask you, said the green-haired man as he walked towards the hero to stop him. There he could notice that All Might coughed some blood that fell on the pavement, which worried Izuku about the hero's condition. I'm sorry, young mid-area, I don't have time to talk to you anymore, All Might said nervously and without removing his smile as he quickly left the tunnel and then gained momentum and jumped strongly, shooting through the sky as if he were flying. The number one hero had already relaxed as he soared through the sky, but when he looked to his left side, he could see how young Izuku was lying next to him looking up while he was flying, completely carefree. What the hell? Asked the symbol of peace, completely surprised to see the young man flying. All Might moved very abruptly and felt as if something had fallen, but he didn't give it importance due to the surprise the green-haired man gave him. Isn't his quirk supposed to be to create those cubes? Was the thought that the hero had in his head. Excuse me if I'm bothering you too much, but my question is very important to me, so we can land there, Izuku said calmly, while slowly pointing at the roof of a building. The symbol of peace tiredly had no choice but to give in and listen to the green-haired boy, because if he flew he wouldn't be able to get away easily. On the roof, the number one hero headed to the rooftop and Izuku followed him flying nonchalantly. Once the two were on the rooftop, the blonde had the need to ask Izuku something that the green-haired boy had evidently planned. How are you able to fly if you already have a quirk, young Midria? The hero asked with intrigue while leaning on the railings of the roof, watching the green-haired man. Well, it's a bit complicated to explain, but can I ask you my question first? Izuku said calmly, rubbing the back of his neck. The hero nodded and then looked calmly at the boy. Have you been able to save everyone without anyone dying? Asked the green-haired boy with a serious look focused on the hero, to which the blonde put on a serious expression while still smiling. I mean, if you've been able to save every person, if you've set your mind to it, I mean, you're the number one hero in the world, and I guess nothing is too difficult for you. Surely you've been able to save everyone who needed your help, Izuku said calmly and with a hopeful look while he looked at his favorite hero, who remained silent, thinking about what to answer the green-haired boy, whether the truth or just give him hope with a little lie. For example, if I hadn't been attentive, that mud villain would have subdued me. But even so, you were close and you could have helped me, said the green-haired man, while looking in another direction with a slight smile, thinking about that hypothetical case. It wasn't very difficult to get used to the idea that the best hero can save them all if he sets his mind to it. That's impossible even for me, All Might corresponded seriously, causing the green-haired boy to look at him somewhat surprised. The green-haired boy didn't expect that answer at all. No matter how strong I am, there will always be someone who needs my help, and it is beyond my reach to save them. I am not a god who is everywhere to help everyone. The only thing I can do is save as many people as I can during a danger situation, the blonde responded seriously, and with his gaze fixed on the young man, while his big smile decreased a little its level. But don't you think there's a way to save them all? The young green-haired man asked again, a little surprised by the number one hero's response. The truth is that it was understandable, but he still wasn't satisfied with that answer. If you ever find out how to do that, tell me. All Might responded with a renewed smile and a thumbs up, which caused the green-haired man to determine to discover such a method, so he smiled serenely. You can count on that all, said the green-haired man with a calm smile and a serene and slightly defiant look, while clenching his fist until he was suddenly interrupted. Yuck. The number one hero had spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth, causing a large amount of smoke to rise from his skin, covering him for a few seconds. After that, a draft cleared the smoke, revealing a very thin blonde man with very long hair, and two long strands falling down the sides of his face. He was about half the size of All Might, while his facial features were gone, and his eye sockets were so prominent that his eyeballs were not visible at all, only two bright blue dots that could be his eyes stood out. But what the hell? What happened to All Might? His Yaku asked, a little excited and surprised while he looked confused and intrigued at the skeletal man in front of him. This is my true form, young Midoriya, I am All Pua, applied the man, identifying himself as All Might, and before finishing he spit out an insane amount of blood again. This is incredible, can you please explain this to me? The green-haired man asked with a calm expression as he sat on the floor. He wanted to know why the muscular hero ended up in such an emaciated state. It's okay, young Midoriya, but you must never tell anyone, do you understand? All Might said tiredly while he sat down, leaning his back against the railings of the roof. The hero then proceeded to explain the reason for his condition, showing the green-haired man his wound, and telling him that many years ago he had fought the strongest enemy of his entire heroic career, and how they had both ended up near death. He also told him about the numerous surgeries he had undergone to maintain his muscular state for at least 3 hours a day. So that's what happened, huh? He said the green-haired boy with a certain carefree air as he assumed who that strong enemy was that fought against All Might to leave him in that state. Although it was still a theory, he found it funny how small the world is. I don't see the grace, young Midoriya, the blonde said seriously as he stood up again. It's just that something struck me as funny, but the truth is that your situation is very serious. The green-haired man defended himself while he stood with the serene gaze fixed on the deteriorated number one hero. I would appreciate it if you didn't say anything, the blonde said calmly, while offering the green-haired man a handshake as a sign of trust and faith that he would remain silent. It's okay, don't worry, it would be a real problem if this gets out. The green-haired man responded calmly while responding to the hero's handshake. So tell me what your quirk is exactly. All Might asked with interest and curiosity while he looked expectantly at the green-haired young man who still had to explain his quirk. Well, my quirk is boom, Izuku said nonchalantly, only to be interrupted by a loud explosion that startled him and All Might. Where did that come from? All Might asked, startled and worried about the source of the explosion. When they both looked at the source of the sound, they saw a large amount of smoke coming out of one area as if there was a fire. It seems to be coming from the center, let's go, Izuku answered seriously while bending down a little, indicating to the blonde to get on his back, to which the hero, a little embarrassed for depending on a young man, agrees. In the downtown area, at the source of The explosion, several heroes are seen evacuating civilians from the buildings and debris caused by a villain. This was the mud villain Izuku had captured, but All Might dropped him mid-air. The villain trapped in the bottle fell into an alley where Bakuga happened to be passing by with his friends. The grumpy blonde kicked the bottle without noticing the villain and accidentally freed him. Now he had Kitsuki captured and was trying to control him so that he would produce several explosions, making the hero's job even more complicated. The large number of people watched a scene from a safe distance while worrying about the well-being and safety of Kitsuki, who put up a lot of resistance and struggled, creating several explosions trying to free himself from the villain, failing miserably, as being taken hostage limited to heroes when it came to defeating the villain. Someone help that boy. A civilian shouted with concern. We can't beat him, we need a hero with a favorable court to come. Explained angrily and irritated a hero who felt useless for not being able to save the boy. Let's just help the civilians for now, said another hero dressed as a firefighter while putting out the fire in one of the buildings with his quirk. Haha, this brat has a good quirk, exclaimed the mud villain with euphoria and malice, while he proudly saw all the destruction he caused thanks to Bakuga's destructive quirk. Damn you! Bakuga exclaimed furiously as he tried to free himself from the mud villain's grip, but it was completely useless because the mud had him by the arms, legs, torso and part of his face. Look, it's Mount Lady! A girl exclaimed hopefully as she pointed at the giant heroine who was arriving on the scene. I can't get through, I need at least 2 lanes to be able to intervene, said the tall blonde heroine, unable to get through the narrow street, which made her feel bad for not even being able to help in that situation. Shit, if All Might were here, muttered a hero in ninja attire but with wooden parts, who with the branches coming from his arms lifted the rubble so that the civilians could be safe. Izuku and All Might, in their skeletal state, had already arrived at the scene and were trying to see what was happening, but the crowd of people and the smoke prevented them from doing so. All Might pressed himself against a streetlight and was able to observe how the sludge villain he was supposedly holding captive was subduing a blonde student and causing all the destruction. When did I drop it? All Might asked himself in surprise, then assumed that he dropped it when he was surprised to see Izuku flying. Thinking about it, he felt guilty and put his hand on the wound near his heart, squeezing it, wanting to return to his muscular form to fix the situation. Someone help him please, explained an elderly woman, very upset upon seeing the scene. Call All Might, he will surely be able to save him, shouted a common civilian while he watched furiously as no hero could do anything to help the boy. Stop that villain once and for all, another civilian exclaimed, trying to encourage the heroes, but they couldn't do much when the villain used the blonde as a shield. This civilian and some cameraman were recording the scene in great detail. Pathetic, 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 was the thought the number 1 hero had in his mind as he watched how neither the heroes in the area nor himself could do anything to help the blonde who was being taken hostage. He had already reached his limit of 3 hours per day, so it was impossible for him to save Katsuki. Damn. Who is the boy? Who? Izuku asked, worried about the possible victim being subdued by the mud villain, but he didn't finish the question when he saw that it was the bully Katsuki who was being held captive. How annoying, it had to be Kat Ken. But I still can't allow him to continue being in danger. The green-haired boy thought seriously and a little annoyed, before starting to make his way through the crowd, releasing an intimidating aura with his presence. The civilians felt the tall green-haired man's imposing presence and gave him free rein to enter the area. The heroes were about to stop the boy who wasn't allowed to intervene, but he looked at them seriously, stopping them. It was as if his eyes were telling them he was the only one who could do something. If they couldn't do anything, they shouldn't stop the people who could help. For now, they should just limit themselves to protecting civilians and keeping the fire on their control. Mount Lady, who was on the other side of the street, could see how the green-haired man approached the mud villain with seriousness and calmness. Worried, she was about to yell at him to get to safety, but before doing so, she saw how the green-haired man turned to look at her with a penetrating and confident look while smiling at her, which disconcerted and made the heroine blush slightly. "Get ready, you fucking villain," Izuku said with a cold and serious look, as he left his backpack on the side of the street and took off his school jacket, leaving nothing but the white shirt that highlighted his work torso. "You again. You won't be able to lock me up with this boy here," exclaimed the mud villain with an air of grandeur and complete confidence, while he squeezed the blonde even more, making it difficult for him to breathe. "We'll see," said the green-haired man with a piercing look and a challenging smile, then ran towards the villain. "Die!" exclaimed the villain with great fury and a proud smile, while he directed several mud tentacles to attack the green-haired man, but the young man calmly dodged them by passing over them or simply sliding on the ground, but at no time did he remove his defiant expression from his face. "Fluss. Very slow, so we're breath," Izuku said calmly while dodging the tentacles. He lightly touched them, freezing them instantly, which greatly surprised the villain, the heroes, the civilians, and again All Might. Crick. Crack. Crush. "What?" exclaimed the villain, very shocked and startled to see that his tentacles froze, and then cracked little by little to then break, separating from him. "Wasn't the boy's quirk the one to create cubes?" thought the villain, creating more mud to recompose his tentacles. The Izuku easily reached the villain's chest where Katsuki was completely still. The reason being because he was perplexed to see how the green-haired man had a quirk when freezing the tentacles. Wasn't he supposed to not have a quirk? How did that damn Deku too save me all this time? Were the blonde's thoughts? "Don't activate your quirk no matter what, or you'll pay it yearly," said the green-haired boy seriously while looking at Bakiga with a look of terror. Bakiga didn't respond due to the mud tentacles that prevented him from doing so, and he only saw the green-haired boy surprised. "You won't be able to get him out, haha," the Dylan said and laughed with a victorious smile, waiting for the green-haired boy to try to get the blonde out. It would be impossible for him to free him from the thick mud that had Katsuki prisoner with just his muscle. "Just shut up," the green-haired man muttered seriously and then clapped a little heart, creating a sphere of sharp hair around him and Katsuki, causing the sphere of air to cut through the mud that had Bakiga prisoner, and he was freed. Then Izuku grabbed Bakiga by the shirt and threw him hard towards a hero to catch him and put him to safety. Then he only stepped back a few meters to see the villain with a proud and satisfied smile. This is where a new wave of questions and surprises comes for everyone witnessing the battle. The green-haired man was displaying a different quirk besides freezing. The most surprised were Katsuki and All Might. The number one hero has been able to tell so far that Izuku had 4 quirks, which was completely surprising but still not impossible, given that he knew an enemy with that same ability. Bakiga, for his part, was completely stunned and shocked. The green-haired boy who had always bothered him as a child was showing off 2 quirks. It was as if he were the victim of the worst joke of his life. All along, he had that air of superiority for having a striking quirk, but now he saw that the green-haired boy had 2 useful and potentially dangerous quirks. "You son of a bitch, Brad," explained the mud villain with rage, fury, hatred, and strength, while regenerating the area that was cut by Izuku's wind sphere. Upon hearing the villain's insult, the green-haired man's expression changed completely. He now had a sadistic and malicious look, a disturbing and frightening smile, and positioned himself in a more intimidating and imposing manner, frightening several people around him, but especially the villain. "What? I think your tongue slipped, asshole," as Izuku said slowly and clearly, scaring the villain even more. Then he started walking, approaching the large ball of mud that insulted his mother while cracking his fingers. "Andy, what are you going to do, huh? You're just a big bad his son of a bitch," said the villain nervously while he watched with panic and fear as the young man approached him and was then interrupted by the green-haired man. "Just shut your mouth," Izuku exclaimed angrily with a murderous look, while in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the villain to charge his right fist with force, and then hit the villain in the center of the face. Fluish. Causing an immense amount of air pressure to be shot out in that direction. thus dissolving and dispersing the villain all over the street. The impact caused so much air pressure that it protected civilians from being blown away. The pressure was such that it caused the clouds in the sky to swirl, and a sudden drizzle to occur. Everyone was completely amazed at the green-haired man's power. It was absolutely astonishing how easily he dealt with the troublesome villain. All Might watched the scene in amazement, because the green-haired man's punch closely resembled his own attacks, like a Texas smash. Wow! But one punch he made it start to rain, said a reporter, who arrived at the scene while ordering them to film the green-haired man, who stood in the middle of the street under the rain in an epic way, while calmly watching how the rain put out the fire. It was noteworthy that several of the girls in the area and Mountain Lady watched closely as the green-haired man's body was visible through his completely wet white shirt, causing several of them to blush. "Did you see him? That boy apparently has several quirks," said a civilian excitedly, emphasizing the fact that he displayed 3 quirks. The ice quirk, the air sphere quirk, and finally the super strength quirk that created that immense amount of air pressure. Everyone assumed it was super strength because All Might did the same. "Hey look, he's doing something," another civilian exclaimed while pointing at the green-haired man. Everyone could see how Izuku extended his hand to where the villain's remains were to attract each part of the mud, each part joined together again, showing the villain still in his mud form, but completely unconscious. Now everyone was surprised again, seeing that he apparently used a telekinesis quirk to attract the villain. "Now you're definitely going to jail, but not before," said the green-haired man with a serene expression as he watched a fainted villain, and then brought his right hand closer to where the mud being's forehead should be. He then caused his hand to feel a warm sensation, as the mud began to fade and disappear after a few seconds, revealing an overweight, completely bald man who was passed out on the ground, indicating that it was the mud villain in his human form. What? The villain detransformed, explained a hero in surprise and amazement, because no one had ever seen a quirk that allows one to nullify others. What no one there knew is that Izuku did not detransform him, but rather took away his quirk so that he could never use it for evil again. "That kid is amazing," a reporter enthused, prompting a huge round of applause from the civilians on the scene. "Young Midoriya is amazing," All Might thought happily as he watched Izuku pick up his completely wet jacket and back. The green-haired boy sighed, tired and annoyed, although it was a good thing his bag was waterproof, because he had his volumes of hero notes in there. A few hours later, after the area was secured by the heroes, the reporters went directly to Izuku to interview him and inundate him with questions about why he has so many quirks. The uninterested green-haired man walked away, but not before flirtatiously winking at Mountain Lady, causing the aforementioned to blush. The large crowd of people who had become fans of the green-haired boy wouldn't let him leave, so he calmly began to fly away from the scene, while the heroes allowed him to do so for helping out on this occasion. Reporters and cameramen took advantage of the opportunity to film the green-haired boy to spread the news of the heroic green-haired savior. All Might, for his part, left the scene with the intention of speaking with the green-haired boy. Now Izuku was walking calmly towards his house while on his shoulder was his wet jacket, and some buttons of his white shirt were unbuttoned so that it wouldn't be too uncomfortable. "Hey Deku!" Bakigu exclaimed loudly from behind the green-haired boy. The blonde had his hands in his pockets and was gritting his teeth in fury. After all, the heroes treated him like he was a little kid who fell off a bike, just because he was held hostage by a villain. "What do you want, Kaken?" Izuku responded with annoyance without turning to look at the temperamental and explosive blonde, which irritated Katsuki even more. "How do you have several quirks? You've been deceiving me all this time, damn you," asked a blonde with annoyance while taking a hand out of his pockets to create explosions in it, trying to intimidate the green-haired man, which logically didn't work. "Do you even care?" "As if I had the duty to tell you everything," the green-haired boy said calmly while turning his gaze a little to look out of the corner of his eye and indifferently at Bakigu, who gritted his teeth in fury. "If I present a quirk or two, it's not your problem. I'm not the same one you used to bully, so adapt to this reality," he said seriously. and with an intense look while he turned around completely to look into the eyes of the one who was once his best friend. I'm not the same. The Zuko continued seriously and with a look full of conviction and determination to make clear that fact that made him feel like someone who is capable of expressing himself, someone who is capable of taking care of himself and others. I'm better. The green-haired boy concluded with an intense and captivating look while a light breeze moved. His green hair and some pink petals fell from the sakura trees. Simply Bakigu, as much as it is difficult for him to accept this idea, was thrown off by the epic moment that his rival and former best friend had just started. I want you to know that I didn't ask for your help, do you understand, bastard? Explained Bakigu with a bit of anger, having almost no words to contradict the green-haired boy, who had certainly thrown him off with his words and his attitude full of conviction. I hope you enter Yui so that he crushes you in front of everyone. The ash blonde exclaimed forcefully while he looked at his rival with a sadistic smile that was characteristic of Bakigu, trying to regain self-confidence. Yeah, sure, of course. I only saved you because I wanted to. So don't worry. Also, I will enter Yui, but try to refrain from bothering me there. The green-haired boy answered simply and disinterestedly while with his hands he dismissed the matter. Then Katsuki put his hands in his pockets and headed towards his house, not without first telling Izuku. Now you might be a good challenge. Katsuki said in a low voice as he looked at the ground, remembering the time when Izuku protected a child from him and his friends, who were abusing the child with their quirks. At that moment Izuku, not having a quirk, couldn't stop him, but perhaps now he would fulfill his involuntary role as a rival better. The green-haired boy didn't give it much importance, so he was about to continue on his way when he saw the Kaken disappeared from his sight, but out of nowhere, he heard loud footsteps of someone running in his direction. Wait, I'm here, young materia. Explained All Might and his muscular foreman with a big smile, arriving at high speed in front of the green-haired boy. All Might. What are you doing here? Izuku asked with a little intrigue to the symbol of peace, whom he sincerely did not expect to see again. Yuck. All Might began to speak, but then he coughed blood again and turned back into his skeletal form, something that no longer seemed strange to the green-haired boy. Once he realized that it would happen often. I have something important to tell you. Young materia, the emaciated hero said calmly as he wiped a trickle of blood that ran down his chin. I realized that you have what it takes to be a great hero, while the other pro-heroes couldn't do anything. You without hesitation went to save the boy. Said All Might with a slight smile as his skeletal face allowed. I don't think you should give me so much praise, I just acted on instinct, and it just so happens that I could defeat the villain. Any powerful hero could have done that. Izuku responded calmly and with a slightly happy smile for being praised by the #1 hero. You're wrong there, young man. There are several stories of great professional heroes that say that the first time their bodies acted on their own, and I include myself among them. Replied All Might with enthusiasm and emotion while pointing at himself with his thumb. I'm flattered by what you're saying, All Might, but what's your point? The green-haired man asked, calmly and a bit curiously, looking into the hero's eyes. Although he didn't really see much of a problem with it, he'd definitely do that for anyone he saw in danger, even if he didn't like them very much. When he sees someone in danger, he simply acts thinking that the look on someone's face is asking for help. What I mean is that I saw in you someone who will undoubtedly save people, selflessly and heroically. Therefore I ask you today if you want to be the successor of my power, proposed All Might in an inspiring and excited way while he saw the green-haired boy from behind. A breeze moved the hero's blonde hair, giving a sentimental touch to the scene. Successor to your power? Izuku asked with curiosity and intrigue at the words spoken by his favorite hero. A few years ago he had told him this, he would undoubtedly cry upon hearing that someone other than his mother believed in him, but he had matured a lot mentally since then. But that didn't mean that he wasn't moved by what his idol told him. Yes, the quirk that I have is not mine originally. It is called One for All, and it can be passed on to a successor and accumulate strength each generation. I realize that you are worthy of obtaining it, so I offer you to acquire this power. explained the number one hero in an epic and inspiring way while clenching his fist, and from it came out a few flashes of light, as if representing the accumulation of power in each generation of One for All bears. Izuku, upon hearing the explanation of One for All, remembered several things, the first being that what was happening is very similar to how he obtained his power a year ago. The man in a suit he called All for One noticed him and offered him his quirk, and now his favorite hero is interested in him and is offering him to be the next bearer of One for All. It would be an offense to accept All for One from the man who killed his mother, and not receive One for All from the hero who symbolizes peace and heroism and society. I gladly accept All Might. What do I have to do to obtain One for All? Said the green-haired boy excitedly while smiling at All Might with emotion and a mature look, which pleased and relieved the symbol of peace, who had been looking for someone with the boy's virtues for a long time to be his successor. You must eat my hair, said the blonde, transforming into his muscular form, and pulling out a single hair from one of his antennae. What? Izuku asked, in a dry and completely confused manner, leaving him with a what the fuck expression, and then a deathly silence formed, and a dry desert bush rolled down the street like in a Western movie. You heard right, you have to digest my DNA so you can inherit my quirk, and only because I allowed. I'm giving it to you, so it doesn't matter how someone gets your DNA, if you don't want it. No one will take One for All from you. All Might explained with a big smile while a circle was shown above him, that simply showed All Might's explanation with chibi figures of him, Izuku and some villain who wants to steal One for All. I see, but there aren't any painful repercussions or anything, right? Izuku asked cautiously, remembering the amount of pain he felt when All for One gave him his quirk, and the constant nightmares that plagued him for weeks. It would be if your body wasn't ready to use it, but since you have the same physical build as me, when I was your age, you won't have any problems. The number one hero responded with a big smile, while giving the green-haired man a thumbs up as a sign that there wouldn't be a problem. Okay, here I go. Izuku said a little unsure before eating the blonde hair that All Might gave him. The toes without saying how disgusting it is to eat a hair, and the fact that it wasn't his. But let's just say that All Might's silky hair tasted like lemon to ease the green-haired boy's disgust a little. And that's all there is to it? Izuku asked, intrigued, after eating the P-symbol's hair. It's not like it's a great achievement, nor would he say it proudly in public, but what's important is what comes after doing that. That's all, the hero replied simply and simply. I don't feel different or anything, said the green-haired man, trying to feel or perceive something different in him, or would All Might turn into dust so he could feel the difference? Izuku was terrified to think about that possible scene, and that the greatest hero would die because of him. Don't be impatient, young Midoriya, you have to wait until your digestive system assimilates it, ha ha ha. Explained the blonde with some strong slaps on Izuku's back, trying to lighten the atmosphere, and then laugh a little loudly. How strange that didn't happen to me with the other guy. Izuku muttered thoughtfully while he had a hand on his chin and looked at the ground. What other guy? All Might asked upon hearing the green-haired man. He was curious about who that other guy was and how he had anything to do with what was happening. Ah, that's right. I forgot to tell you about my quirk, Izuku said, remembering that small detail while bumping a fist against the palm of his other hand, indicating that he remembered. This comment also caused All Might to remember that the green-haired man couldn't explain to him about the explosion that alerted them on the rooftop. You see, the enemy who gave you that wound is All for One, right? Izuku said with a slight smile and a calm look as he looked at the tall blonde hero who was very startled upon hearing that name. What? How do you know? Asked a strong and muscular hero, completely startled and surprised to hear that name that has brought him so many misfortunes. That's because a year ago, the day my mother died at his hands, he entered my house and gave me the quirk Call for One, so now I can remove, make mine, combine, and give quirks at will. The green-haired man answered with a slight smile while his gaze showed a bit of sadness when he remembered that day, something that was not overlooked by the hero who felt sorry for the loss of the green-haired man's mother. This is incredible, I never expected that bastard to be able to give away his quirk. Way to minute young mid-area. All Might said surprised and then thought a little and exclaimed, calling Izuku's attention. What happened to him? Asked a symbol of peace with a serious look and his characteristic happy expression, replaced by a serious frown as he brought his face closer to the green-haired man's so he could answer. He didn't do it to intimidate him, but rather out of pure instinct and intrigue. I killed him, the green-haired man responded simply and calmly, unfazed by All Might's proximity. What? All Might asked excitedly at Izuku's shocking response. You see, he gave me all for one through the touch of our hands. The process hurt more than you could imagine. Then I panicked because I thought I would die, and I accidentally stabbed him with my arm. In this way. Izuku explained calmly and serenely, and then transformed his right arm into a metallic blade that would easily cut a streetlight or a steel beam. The number one hero couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man nicknamed All for One, who murdered his predecessor and gave him that wound that limits him, was dead, and he died at the hands of the young man to whom he decided to leave his power. So, is he dead? All Might asked, intrigued, wanting to confirm again what the young man had said. Very dead, his corpse turned to dust and everything, the green-haired man replied. Again while looking calmly at All Might, and omitting the fact that the smoke was consumed by him, and that he then suffered several nightmares that seemed to be fragments of the subject's life. He omitted this because it would worry the symbol of peace. All Might, upon hearing this, smiled again, but with more joy, while mentally he was having a party, celebrating the death of the bastard who had him in that skeletal state. This is unprecedented. The strongest enemy no longer exists. And not only that, All Might said happily while turning his back on Izuku, and then making a small silence, leaving the green-haired man expected. Now you have all for one and one for all, meaning you have the two opposite quirks. He exclaimed with excitement and a dazzling smile, turning to look at Izuku. Well, you can imagine that behind him, confetti, streamers, a few explosions and some jets crossing the sky, leaving trails of blue, white and red smoke in their wake in pure American style. It seems incredible to me too. Believe me that with these two powers I will be able to save them all, surpassing my own limits. If someone is far from my reach, then I will increase that reach even more so that no one dies, said the green-haired man seriously and with a slight smile, while he looks at his two hands and then turns them into fists full of determination, as if indicating that one is all for one and the other is one for all, and that both quirks that were granted to him are going to be used for good. I believe with every fiber of my being in that, young Midoriya. From now on, you will train with me to train one for all and prepare to join Yui, so I hope you give your best effort. All Might said in an inspiring and excited way while placing a hand on Izuku's back, encouraging him. Sure, I'll give a plus ultra of all times, said the green-haired man with a slight smile and a calm look while he guessed the reaction All Might would have when saying, plus ultra. Haha, that's the attitude. Blaft exclaimed the symbol of peace while he gave the green-haired boy a few strong slaps on the back, which hurt a little because he wasn't controlling his strength while in his muscular form. I think I should go, All Might, said the green-haired boy, looking at the time and realizing that it was already getting dark. Who are you living with? All Might asked in treat. According to what the green-haired man had told him, his mother died a year ago because of All for One, so he was curious. My dad died many years ago, and my mother also died a year ago as I told you before, so I train at home and live alone. Izuku responded calmly and with a slight smile, hiding the regret he felt when saying that. I'm sorry about that, said the symbol of peace sadly, then returned to his skeletal form and spit out more blood. The energy expenditure he had made throughout the day was excessive. He transformed to find the mud monster and deterrence formed on the rooftop. Then he returns to his muscular form to reach the green-haired young man, and then returns to his skeletal form. Then with a hair issue he returned to his muscular and smiling form. And just now he returned to his emaciated form again. A strange thing is that he'd already exceeded his 3-hour daily limit and had been transformed into his muscular form for several minutes while talking to the green-haired man. While he remembered correctly, he couldn't transform during the mud villain's attack. Could it be that the psychological factor was influencing his transformation time? It could be, though it didn't really matter if everything turned out well in the end. Don't worry about that all night. I decided to live my life for my mother to prevent other people from losing someone important. The green-haired man responded with a kind smile, and then walked towards his destination with his wet vest on one shoulder, and his waterproof backpack hanging from the other. I expect great things from you, young Midoriya, thought the number one hero and symbol of peace, as he watched with a big smile as the green-haired boy walked away. Without a doubt, with those two quirks and his good intentions, spirit and determination, he would show everyone that he is a great hero who would surely surpass him one day. At Bakugo's house. After talking to All Might, Izuku headed towards Bakugo's house. But not exactly to talk to Katsuki. He approached the door and rang the bell, then waited a few seconds for someone to open it. "Hi, Zuku, how are you?" said a female voice, with a kind smile and a cheerful look as she fully opened the door. She was Mitsuki Baku, Katsuki's single mother, who has short, uneven, and messy ash blonde hair. Her eyes are slanted, but still large. She wears a simple blouse that highlights her sculptural body, and over it, she wears a sweater. She also wears a tight skirt that highlights her buttocks and wears simple, dark sneakers. She is 1 meter 70 centimeters tall and is 37 years old, but still looks very young, and her great attributes and beauty only attribute to that. "Excellent Mitsuki, you already found out about Kaken today, right?" The green-haired man responded, with a mischievous smile and a serene look, while he looked closely at the beautiful woman's entire body. "Yes, I saw it on TV where they also taught you. I thank you for saving him, Izuku," said Mitsuki with a slight mischievous smile, and a gaze focused on the green-haired man's strong torso that was highlighted by his wet white shirt. "But you know, I think I want some compensation for all the effort today," Izuku said in a more seductive tone of voice as he slowly approached Mitsuki. He was also thanking whatever gods were helping him because Katsuki's father had died of an illness 13 years ago, so even though he mourned the loss, he couldn't help but think that his beautiful mother was available at any time. Even though no one had seen it and wouldn't see it, a dark-haired man with red streaks was giving the green-haired man a thumbs up, as if to say, "You're welcome." "What kind of compensation?" Mitsuki asked in a provocative tone of voice, knowing what the green-haired young man was referring to. "You know what I mean, Kaken isn't home, right?" Izuku said with a dominant smile as he got just a few centimeters away from Mitsuki, and with his left hand he possessively grabbed one of her buttocks, causing her to only stifle a moan slightly with a smile. "He went with his uncles because they wanted to check that he was okay," Mitsuki replied with a perverted smile while she ogled the provocative green-haired boy, who smiled at this. "You're very easy to read, Mitsuki, I know you sent him there," Izuku said with a daring smile while with his other hand, he squeezed a breast of the sexy and very well-endowed blonde, who couldn't help but moan. "Ah. You know me very well," she said with a flirtatious smile while lightly biting her lip. She knew the green-haired man would come, so she didn't want her son home for whatever was coming that night. The green-haired man took the initiative to pull her closer by his waist, pressing her against his torso, and then kissed her passionately on the lips. Mitsuki readily reciprocated the kiss, wrapping both arms around the green-haired man's neck to deepen the kiss, which was done with tongue. As they separated, her cheeks had a reddish color, and her breathing became more labored, indicating that she could no longer stand the weight. "So, let's start the fun," said the green-haired boy with a dominant and intense smile, as he entered the house with an arm around Katsuki's mother's hip. "With pleasure," the sexy woman replied with desire in her voice and gaze, then closed the entrance door. The things that happened inside are best left unsaid, due to how intense they were, but for more information, Katsuki's mother wouldn't be able to walk normally for at least a few days. Thank goodness Katsuki wasn't home, because no matter where he was, he would have been able to hear the noise Izuku and Mitsuki were making. The little more context is that about 6 months after obtaining All for One and beginning his hellish training, Izuku noticed how Katsuki's mother, who was his neighbor, began to look at him differently. So the burly, tall, and no longer innocent green-haired man decided to make his move on his former best friend's mother. One day, he entered Izuku's house and, thanks to his natural charm, ended up seducing Mitsuki. This way, the two have had a few encounters at Izuku's house, because no one else lived there. It should be said that their relationship is purely lustful and passionate, not romantic or sentimental, so it was only casual sex with no commitment. Changing the subject, Izuku now had one for all in his possession, and from that day on he would train with all might to train, said quirk, and prepared to enter you, where in about 10 months the enrollment tests would begin. Now the green-haired man had two opposing quirks and would do his best to make the best use of both abilities, but if there was one thing he wouldn't pass up, it would be an opportunity to have fun. Now that it's mentioned, he also fixed his gaze and interest on the giant heroine. Who knows if something would happen to her at some point. Chapter 3. I Will Save You. Normal POV. After spending a very entertaining night with Bakigu's mother, the green-haired boy headed home to change into clothes more suitable for training. The day before, he had obtained one for all, the quirk of the #1 hero, All Might, who would be his trainer, mentor, teacher from now on. Once Izuku put on a black sleeveless sports shirt, a gray tracksuit, and black wristbands, he headed off to a beach where he would begin training with All Might. How he knew it would be there was easy. All Might told him through an email, very old-fashioned, really, but the hero didn't have his phone number, but something intriguing is that he did know his address to send him the letter. Curious, right? Anyway, Deku had reached the address indicated on the map and saw a large pile of trash around where a beach should have been. He wondered at times if he had the wrong direction, so he quickly began to fly a little high to confirm that it was indeed a beach behind all the trash. Possibly due to people's lack of sense of belonging, the trash ended up being left in that area, and over time it became an artificial dump. Once he descended to the ground, he saw All Might approaching in his gaunt form, wearing a hoodie and a blue jumpsuit that was too big for him. Good morning, young materia. All Might greeted with good spirits while raising his hand and greeting to the green-haired boy. Good morning, All Might, I have a question for you, Izuku said calmly and with a slight smile as he watched a blonde stand calmly in front of him. Tell me, kid, the symbol of peace replied calmly as he scratched his head and looked at his successor. Is this pile of trash related to my one-for-all training? Izuku asked intriguingly as he pointed with his thumb at the pile of trash behind him. Correct? You're very intuitive, young materia. All Might congratulated with emotion while smiling at his new student. I don't think it's something difficult to deduce. I don't think the #1 hero accidentally wrote the wrong address, the green-haired man replied calmly and with a slight smile, as he turned to look at the large amount of garbage that blocked the view of the beach. Evidently, All Might had selected that place for a reason. It wasn't genius to deduce that. Anyway, your training will consist of cleaning this beach without using any of the all-for-one quirks. All Might explained calmly as he stood next to Izuku and also saw the large amount of garbage that was truly proof of how unconscious several people can be. So you want me to train my one-for-all control while I clean, right? Izuku asked casually and calmly while looking at the sky. That wasn't a bad idea to do that process, and it would also clean the beach. Exactly, but first I must explain what one-for-all grants, the symbol of peace replied, clenching a fist in front of him seriously. The green-haired man looked at him carefully because it was important to know the characteristics of this new quirk he had obtained. One-for-all allows the user to have superhuman strength, superhuman endurance, and superhuman speed by collecting power and being able to transmit it to a successor, so it is particularly aimed at hand-to-hand combat, although it has ways to be used at long range. All Might explained with his gaze fixed on his fist, while you can imagine All Might in his muscular form doing different physical feats proving his point. Izuku visualized in his mind the great feats of All Might recorded on camera, in which at great speeds he avoided collapses or with the force of his fists, caused air pressure to impact an enemy at great distances. Away. So it's a quirk for close combat, right? I already have several quirk like that. How much magnitude are we talking about when you say superhuman strength? The green-haired boy asked with intrigue after having a hand on his chin thoughtfully while looking at the blonde. This made All Might look up to the sky to think of an example that could serve as a reference for Izuku. Well, back in my golden days, a punch with all my power managed to completely destroy a mountain. Without a trace, if that's anything to go by. All Might replied with a slight smile while raising a fist, as if he were posing in a gym, despite being completely lacking in muscles. The green-haired man only opened his eyes slightly surprised at the hero's response. It's impressive, so the first thing will be to try to activate it, right? Izuku said calmly, while walking a few steps forward to begin stretching his arms and legs a little. You seem like you're an expert at this, All Might said with a slight smile as he crossed his arms and watched the green-haired boy stretch. Well, I've had to test almost all of my quirks one by one to train them. I can see their usefulness, but I still have to put them into practice to get used to them and perfect them. The green-haired man explained calmly as he continued stretching. He remembered all the damage he accidentally caused when testing a quirk. He could see its usefulness, but knowing how to control it is another thing, so he had to train them one by one with caution. Not to mention that because of this I was also forced to experience what repercussions the quirks had on me. Even knowing their uses I had to experience firsthand what was the limit that my body could tolerate them and when the side effects appeared on me. Izuku continued calmly as he lay on the floor face down to start doing push-ups, which did not prevent him from speaking as if they were not a problem. And why is that? Don't you already know which ones you have and how to use them? Asked All Might intrigued as he looked at the boy with notable surprise. To think that this young man of only 15 years old had that capacity for analysis and mental processing was amazing, although possibly the green-haired man would downplay it, thinking that it wasn't that big a deal. As I said before, I know all that, but you'll still know that it's different to see it than to feel it in your own body. The green-haired man responded calmly while doing push-ups with one hand and turning his gaze to All Might with a slight smile. You're right, young Midoriya, I know very well what you're talking about, said the hero with a slight melancholic smile as he turned to see his right hand forming a fist. Then memories from before obtaining one for all came to his mind, as well as the image of his predecessor teaching him set quirk. So by trying them one by one I learned to what limit I can manifest them. From there I only had to train each one to reduce the appearance of after effects in my body, although currently if I try too hard I can exceed my limit and the consequences would be present, said the green-haired man calmly while he got up from the ground and then looked at the sky, remembering the incredible amount of physical and mental training he had to do to increase his control over his quirks. And are these after effects very serious? It would be a problem if you were in the middle of a fight and you felt vulnerable. The blonde commented with some concern about these after effects that would probably become a big problem for the green-haired man in difficult fights, although in a certain way this risk was understandable, due to how powerful All for One already was. The truth is that until now I have not had the opportunity to see to what extent my after effects affect me, because I have some quirks that have healing functions, so I can recover from those after effects in a certain period of time, depending on their magnitude and severity. The green-haired man answered, turning to look at All Might nonchalantly, and with his hands behind his head. The hero just put on a thoughtful face, while, could it be because of regeneration that man managed to survive that wound? He thought carefully about the past. So you have healing quirks, huh? That's good, but they also generate a certain tiredness in you, right? Asked the symbol of peace, abandoning his thoughts with the intention of concentrating on the green-haired man's case. The green-haired man yawned a little, stretching his arms to the sky, while internally wishing he was still in Mitsuki's bed with her large breasts against his back, providing him warmth. It was a Saturday and these days the green-haired man didn't exactly get up early. You would. Exactly, anyway I don't use these healing quirks much. Dude, how rarely I get hurt or overdo it with any of my quirks. Izuku replied, scratching his head. And then doing jumping jacks to wake up and shake off the sleepiness he still had. You would. Can you give me some examples of the after effects of some of your quirks? The blonde asked, calmly after being infected by Izuku's yawn. It would be useful to know what kind of consequences some quirks entail in order to be prepared to carry out a defensive plan. Well, the quirk with which I created the energy cube is called Perfect Cube. With this I can create energy cubes of different sizes and very resistant, depending on how far these cubes are from me. Their durability and resistance varies or decreases. The young man with green hair answered calmly while he stopped jumping and then cracked his fingers, arms, and finally his neck and then did some squats. The Zuko's exercises weren't the ones he did all the time or the usual repetitions. He was just looking for some random movement to wake up completely that Saturday at 7 a.m. When I keep a cube created for a long time or if I apply more energy so that it becomes much more resistant, it can cause me a great eye pain and a migraine. The Zuko explained calmly while calmly stopping doing push-ups. Then he just let himself fall on the sand looking up taking a moment to appreciate the sunny sky. The Zuko responded relaxed while he got up from the ground to just sit looking at the large crowd of garbage that prevented him from seeing a perfect view of the sea. And how resistant are these cubes, young Midoriya? The mud villain from yesterday seemed unable to get out of there at all. All Might asked with a slight smile as he anxiously waited to know the potential of said cubes. These could well be very useful when facing villains and would be essential if any villain with a very destructive quirk sought to harm the people around him. The green-haired man grew thoughtful, his hand on his chin as he looked up at the sky, searching for exactly how to respond. He hadn't fought anyone strong enough to break one yet, so he wasn't sure what level his quirk's resistance would be. I'll explain with an example. If you were to hit a cube hard with my greatest resistance, you would surely break it with some difficulty. Of course, I'm only speculating by comparing the videos in which you appeared, so I'm not completely sure about this. The young man replied calmly, while turning his gaze to his hero with a calm expression, as if such a statement was not surprising. The symbol of peace, upon hearing this, felt like the wonderful light bulb of ideas lit up above his head. And if we try it, there's no one around all day so we could put your theory into practice. All Might proposed with a gone smile, and then transformed into his muscular form, causing the green-haired man to smile slightly with a challenging look. Okay, I'd like to get that doubt out of the way once and for all. His Zuko accepted with a challenging look and excitement inside to test the resistance of his quirk against a best possible candidate, the number one hero of all heroes. The green-haired boy stood seriously on the sand, while he watched his All Might, with his dazzling smile, positioned himself in the middle of the area waiting for his Zuko. The green-haired boy quickly looked closely at the blonde while extending a hand in his direction, causing a large blue cube to surround All Might. The hero calmly touched the walls of the cube from the inside, curious about its texture. Oddly, it felt like the finest and most refined porcelain, but still very sturdy. The green-haired man stared at the cube, reinforcing it with all his might, so it could withstand the blow from the peace symbol as much as possible. All Might, already prepared, nodded to his Zuko to confirm if he was ready, to which he received a nod from the green-haired man who was seriously awaiting his master's attack. The blonde prepared himself, gathering his right arm, then swung it with force, and then directed it with power and speed at one of the walls of the large transparent blue cube. Texas smash! The hero exclaimed forcefully and then slammed his fist into the wall of the cube, causing the air pressure inside to cause the wall behind All Might to also be pressed by so much power. The hero's struggle was evident, demonstrating that it was harder than he thought to make the cube yield, as it was rapidly cracking under such a massive amount of power. His Zuko, for his part, was sweating a little while, with considerable effort, he held on to the blue cube as long as he could. NGGH! Was the moan of pain from his Zuko, who felt a sharp pain in beneath his eyes, and then fell victim to a migraine that caused the cube to completely give into All Might's power. The cube broke as if it were a cement wall, and then released the large amount of air pressure from All Might's punch. Seconds later, the destroyed cube disappeared into the air. And All Might, sweating a little, approached to see the green-haired young man who had both hands on his head, trying to endure the strong pain that tortured him. "Are you okay, young materia?" The blonde asked with great concern, while nervously trying to help the young man with his pain. But Izuku quickly stabilized himself in his place, and then stopped holding his head as a sign that the pain had lessened. "That's sure, just give me a few seconds and I'll be as good as new," said the green-haired man, very sore while he covered his eyes, which also hurt, with one hand. While with the other, he tried to calm the worried symbol of peace. It took almost 2 minutes for the green-haired boy to feel well again and with renewed strength, and then he nodded to All Might with a slight smile as a sign that he was feeling better, to which the blonde was relieved and smiled with great emotion. "That was amazing, kid, to think that just one of your quirks could withstand a Texas smash, with more than half my strength is incredible," exclaimed the blonde hero with excitement and happiness at the great potential of the green-haired boy's quirk and its surprising ability. He had managed to hold back an attack with more than half of his power very well, not counting that the green-haired boy due to the excessive use of his quirk was interrupted by pain, otherwise it would surely have lasted a little longer. "I say that the incredible thing is how absurdly strong you are. I really will have to train more to avoid this result in battle," applied the green-haired man with a slight smile directed at his teacher who truly was called the symbol of peace and the best hero of all for something. It was definitely the time when he had the hardest time holding a cube against an opponent's attack. Now all that remains is to train to overcome that limit so that not even All Might could break his quirk. "Haha, that's the spirit, young Midoriya. Always increase your performance and surpass yourself," the blonde encouraged with excitement while patting Izuku on the back. Then he detranced, formed and then with a smile, headed to a refrigerator while the green-haired man prepared to finish warming up and stretching. "While we were talking about your quirks, approximately how many do you have?" the symbol of peace asked curiously as he sat down on an overturned cooler. It was a question he'd been keeping in mind since the day before. He'd never known for sure how many quirks the all-for-one user had, given that he'd counted at least 26 in his battles. "I couldn't tell you. Exactly, the way I see them depends on my imagination, and when I use them I select them as if they were an electronic file," Izuku said thoughtfully while he sat on the floor and then stretched out, touching the tips of his toes. Ever since he obtained All-for-One, he selected the quirk he would use as if they were electronic files, because of how familiar he was with that system. "I would say approximately 107 quirks, although there may be some that I have not yet discovered, unfortunately. The former user of All-for-One stole many quirks," Izuku answered simply while he stood up and then looked at All Might with an intrigued look. The blonde, upon hearing the number of quirks, was perplexed by the large sum of abilities that the green-haired man had at his disposal. The green-haired man nodded calmly, walking away a few feet. He looked at his hands for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and concentrated. Then, little by little, several red and yellow lines or rays seemed to shine beneath the skin of his right arm. It also seemed that an electric aura with emerald lightning began to surround his arm. The sensation was unique, as if his veins were conglomerating with fire in his arm to strengthen it and make him feel an incredible pressure in his limb that yearned to be released. Izuku quickly and imposingly brought his fist together to gain momentum, and then delivered a powerful upward blow toward the sky, causing fluish. A large current of air was thrown into the sky, opening a hole in a cloud that was there, without disturbing anyone. Izuku saw this lightly surprised while he looked closely at every detail of his arm, something he hadn't done in a while. He then slowly deactivated one for all, and then saw his arm normal again. There wasn't any overwhelming damage or anything too extreme. His hand simply felt like a cramp or a simple ache that was tolerable to a certain extent. At that point, he remembered All Might telling him that because he had a similar build to him at his age, there wouldn't be any major pain, at least for now. "It's a little painful, but it's bearable," as Izuku said seriously as he touched his arm, attentively waiting for the pain he was feeling to go away. The amount of strength he used was astonishing, and I would say it was superior to any other quirk he had. That quirk allowed him to create a series of air pulses that could displace incredibly heavy objects as if he struck them, or he could also use the quirk simply to influence the breezes in the air, like when he caused it to rain the day before. That same quirk called Pulse is the one he used against the Mudman yesterday. Pulse allows its user to freely create air pulses at will, controlling their magnitude and direction. It can be used to influence the environment or as an extension of the user's body. However, if used recklessly or carelessly, it can cause extensive damage around the user and is highly destructive, requiring careful control. That was very good, young mid-area. If you feel pain, it's because All Might was going to explain after encouraging the green-haired boy, and then being stopped by Izuku, who raised his left hand as a sign for the blonde to refrain from speaking, while he looked at the blonde calmly. "Excuse me for interrupting you, All Might. Could you let me try to understand it for an hour or so, please?" Izuku asked with a slight smile while clenching and opening his right hand, preparing it with one for all again, as he no longer felt pain. "Why, young mid-area?" All Might asked with intrigue and curiosity as he looked expectantly at the green-haired boy, although he had a small idea of what it could be what his student wanted. "It's because I always like to explore a quirk by myself. I think it's better for me to try to control it myself, than to be instructed from the beginning. Plus I could find different ways to use it." Izuku answered with a defiant and excited smile, as he turned his gaze to see his fist with one for all, which was crying out to release all the energy that was accumulating. All Might was surprised by the green-haired boy's words, but then he was happy to see the boy's attitude and determination to be self-taught. "You have a good point. I'll buy us both some energy drinks, we're going to have a long day," said the symbol of peace with an excited smile, and then walked towards a drink machine he saw on the way. Izuku mentally thanked his master for his understanding before punching his arm skyward. Again with one for all, once again creating a large air current that gave Izuku a slight, defiant smile. It's been a while since he's inspected and experimented with a quirk. It would definitely be entertaining. 1 hour later, then Izuku began to train himself, testing and experimenting with one for all. It was difficult for him to understand at first, but eventually he got an idea of how to use the quirk. Now he moved quickly with his legs using one for all on them. He jumped in the air several meters from the ground, and when he fell, he used his arms and legs with one for all to land safely. All Might returned with the drinks after about 15 minutes. He was amazed at the progress the green-haired man had made in his short absence, so he sat down to watch. The green-haired man quickly punched the air several times, causing air waves that, although less powerful than the first, were still impressive, adding to the fact that there were now several of them, thanks to Izuku's beat. An hour passed, and Izuku shot into the air, performing a vertical spin and kicking the ground, causing the air to reach the beach sand, thus creating a large cloud of sand. He then landed in the area and then deactivated one for all from his entire body, while sweating a little, and then feeling a slight numbness. "Very well, young Midoriya, I didn't expect you to make so much progress," said All Might, changing into his muscular form at times to congratulate the green-haired boy's progress in just 1 hour of experimentation and attempts. "Phew. Thanks, All Might. I realized that before I was forcing 100% in my arm to hit, but that only overloaded the power in my arm until it hurt her," Izuku said calmly and with a slight smile after sighing, relaxing while he saw his teacher in his muscular form. Moments later he returned to his original form so as not to waste his 3 hours a day. "So at first I thought of using smaller amounts of power in a single area when hitting, but I came up with a better idea. What I did was start regulating one for all throughout my body," explained the green-haired man while more naturally activating one for all throughout his body. Now every part of his body released that electro-aura, and he was surrounded by green-toned lightning. That way I don't overload an area with 100%, but distribute that percentage around my entire body, sacrificing a certain amount of strength for agility and speed. Izuku continued, speaking calmly, and then with speed he moved away backwards, doing some somersaults. Then he quickly gained momentum and arrived in a small sprint next to All Might, again causing him to gradually increase his haggard smile at the green-haired man's progress in just an hour. Then I thought about increasing and decreasing one for all's energy in some areas simultaneously. The green-haired man said calmly while kicking the air with one for all, but deactivating it in the rest of his body. Then he specifically showed his right arm and left leg to then deactivate one for all in those areas, while the rest of his body remained imbued with the energy. Then he reactivated one for all in those areas, pleasantly surprising All Might. This way I could use the energy from an area I'm not using to guide it to another, and thus increase the damage I can do at the right time. Izuku explained with a slight smile while he deactivated all of one for all in his body except for his right hand, and then with his fingers, he charged a strong air wave towards the sky. Flush. So I only have to train the percentage that I can control in my body, just like you. Endure one for all in your entire body during your 3-hour limit. The green-haired man finished, speaking calmly while he felt his right hand was victim to numbness, and his fingers hurt considerably. Then he walked over and sat on the overturned refrigerator right next to All Might, who was a little overwhelmed by the amount of explanation Izuku gave. The symbol of peace. Knew all this, but at a more basic level. He had learned to use it by thinking of it as his own body, and that he had to control the energy with every movement. It was more natural for him than thinking about it or distributing it throughout his body, although if it was essentially the same, he wouldn't say anything to the green-haired man. Very well, it took me like 2 weeks to understand that. All Might congratulated Izuku with excitement and a smile while giving him his energy drink, which was no longer cold because it had been exposed to the sun for approximately 45 minutes. Although that didn't matter to the green-haired man who only used frost to cool it down again. That quirk called frost allows the user to control, manipulate, and create ice at will. It also grants great resistance to low temperatures and allows the user to cool their body, so that they can cool the environment around them. This quirk consumes a large amount of energy, depending on the magnitude with which it is used, leaving the user with a strong sensation of hypothermia when overusing the ability. But even so, the green-haired man has managed to develop it very well to avoid problems of fatigue, in what would be a common or easy battle according to him. But there's something that intrigues me, All Might. Izuku said calmly as he looked at the ground, and then took a sip of his energy drink. He then turned to look at the blonde calmly, while thinking about the unknown that it had been distracted during his experiments and tests. What is it, young Midoriya? All Might asked with intrigue while looking curiously at his green-haired student. What is the origin of one for all and all for one? Izuku asked seriously while he looked down at the ground again. All Might tends to this question because he didn't know that he would find himself in the situation of revealing it so quickly. I say this because I realized while I was seeing one for all in my mind, that at first a part of this quirk originally came from all for one. The green-haired boy justified without looking in another direction while lightly squeezing the bottle of his drink. The number one hero noticed this and felt obliged to answer the boy. Phew. I didn't expect to have to tell you so soon, but I guess I should have expected it from someone as curious as you. All Might said, his spirits a little down after sighing somewhat stressed. Izuku looked up intrigued by the reaction of the number one hero who was always in a good mood. What do you mean, All Might? Izuku asked curiously, staring intently at the blonde, who intrigued him even more by saying he didn't want to tell yet. Surely if the blonde didn't want to talk about it, it was because it was a complicated or painful subject. You see, many years ago when quirks were beginning to manifest all over the world, there was a period of social collapse and unrest against those who had quirks. All Might mentioned with his gaze fixed on the ground, while he heard the sound of the waves of the sea that could not be seen due to the garbage. The green-haired man nodded seriously, listening to his master. I know about that, we were sent to investigate at school. It is assumed that people with quirks defended themselves against the government and society, and from there the tension went down, until quirks became something normal in society, reaching the point of being something strange if you don't have one. Izuku said seriously as he remembered when he was investigating that on his computer. Then he remembered when he was discriminated against for being a Mukusi. someone without a quirk, by all his classmates and Kaken. That is partly true, but there is something that most people do not know, and that is that during that period a man emerged in Japan, and decided to take advantage of his quirk to steal the individualities of others, gaining a lot of power and influence. With his influence, he unified a large number of citizens to manipulate the men, promote his plans, becoming a ruler of Japan from the shadows. This man was all for one. Explained the symbol of peace with his serious look, while his blonde hair received a current of air backwards. Izuku was amazed at that because he was surprised by how long that man had been alive. He could remember a few quirks related to anti-aging and regeneration, but he didn't think they could go so far as to keep him alive for more than 80 years or so since quirks emerged. During that time he stole a large amount of quirks, while controlling everything with his power. He had a toxic ideology of controlling everyone and manipulating them to maintain order and his influence. The hero continued speaking while he raised his gaze to see the sky, then he took a sip of his energy drink. Izuku understood that because of the words and ideology he heard from that man the day he gave him all for one. The guy seemed like a martyr of the apocalypse or of a corrupt society controlled by villains, which was almost the same thing if the end of peace and happiness in society was taken into account. Batman had a younger brother who apparently didn't have any quirk. The younger brother had an ideology opposite to his brother's. He thought about freedom and the union of people to forge their own path with their own hands. Said the symbol of peace with a softer low kind of slight smile that didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. All for One gave a quirk to his brother. It had the quality of accumulating power, but something that All for One didn't know was that his brother did have a quirk. He had the ability to transfer his quirk to another successor. All Might explain calmly and with a fixed gaze on Izuku, while he activated his muscular form, slightly startling Izuku. The union of these two quirks formed One for All, the ability to accumulate power. In addition to passing this quirk to someone else, so far there have been 8 users of One for All, counting me. And you're number 9. Said the muscular blonde with a Colgate smile and pointed at Izuku with inspiration. To seconds later returned to his emaciated form and spit out a little blood. That ruined the moment a little. All users have had countless fights against All for One. My predecessor died because of him and I managed to let him defeat him, but it seems he managed to survive despite his extreme state. In exchange for my victory I received this wound that limits me, said All Might with a somewhat annoyed expression while squeezing the bottle of his drink tightly. His teacher had died because of All for One, and she also received a wound that does not allow her to save people full time. After saying this, the surroundings were plunged into a calm and peaceful silence. The wind blew, hitting All Might and Izuku's faces, while the waves crashing against the shore could be heard in the background. Then they both took a sip of their drinks at the same time. When they both realized this, they found it funny and laughed a little, which served to liven up the atmosphere between them. Hee hee. So that's the story. One for All is something like a torch that user after user increases its power to illuminate and stand out in the darkness. Izuku said with a calm and kind look while he looked at his hand, imagining in his mind a torch that increases its fire every time someone else held it. Bell said young Midoriya, it's like a torch that transfers its energy to another. As the new one grows stronger the other loses its shine. Therefore it's as if the hopes of each user were transferred to the new bearer to defeat the darkness. Said All Might with better spirits and a slight smile on his weak and skinny appearance, while he gently placed a hand on the green-haired boy's back. And now you are the next bearer. The one who will shine on the villains and emit a heat that shelters the civilians and the people who must be protected. You will be the torch that symbolizes hope and peace. Explain the symbol of peace in an inspiring way while standing up from the refrigerator with determination and spirit, then raised his right fist high with emotion. It's a nice dream, but I think the only one who fulfills that role is you, All Might. The green-haired man responded with a slight smile while he continued sitting watching the blonde hero, then he slowly took a sip of his drink. Always saving everyone with a smile. I don't think I'm capable of matching you, but even so my goal is to be the best to save them all. Izuku continued calmly after leaving his drink in the fridge. Then he looked down thinking about how different he could become once he became a professional hero. He wasn't much for smiling dazzlingly since his mother died, so he didn't know exactly how his presence would ease the civilians' attention. Being intimidating wasn't an option because Endeavor, despite being the number 2 hero, wasn't well liked due to his seriousness and intimidating aura. Do you know why young Midori always smiled? All Might asked calmly and with a slight smile as he turned to look at his student, who looked at him in treat. It's because the people who smile in this world with its many flaws are the strongest. I want to convey to everyone that even if it's a difficult or critical moment, you must always maintain a smile that transmits hope. Explained the symbol of peace in an inspiring way while the current of air reached his back, moving his long blonde locks forward. Upon hearing this, Izuku opened his eyes surprised and moved by All Might's message. That's a reason that seems too symbolic for anyone to know. But I like it. I'll try to transmit that hopeful feeling to others in my own way. I'll be the light that calms and saves everyone who needs it. Izuku exclaimed with determination, and in an epic way while he jumped down from the refrigerator. Then he looked at All Might too. Smile with joy and determination in his eyes. The hero reacted in the same way to so much enthusiasm. Very well said. Now to begin the training, are you ready? Said All Might with a big smile, while extending his hand to Izuku, who without hesitating for a second shook it firmly and confidently. Absolutely. The green-haired man replied with a defiant and excited smile. Now he would begin his training with a number 1 hero. He had to respond with determination and confidence if he wanted to prove that he was fit to be the next number 1 hero. At night many hours later, Izuku trained all day with All Might with very specific and curious routines that pushed the green-haired boy to the fucking limit in his beginner control of one for all. The first consisted of carrying all the heavy objects such as refrigerators, washing machines, and wooden beams in both arms, balancing them for approximately an hour, while All Might threw objects at him that he had to avoid. The green-haired boy had to keep the one for all in his arms, and for fractions of a second, he had to distribute part of that power to his legs in order to move without dropping the objects. It was not easy at all because the symbol of peace got more than excited and started throwing things as if it were a machine gun. The worst thing would be if one of those projectiles really hit him. But wait. That was also done. Then it was time for the second routine that dealt with the green-haired man receiving many projectiles, such as stones or cans against his body, to which he had to harden the specific impact area with one for all to reduce the damage received. The radical thing was that All Might with his muscular form was the one throwing those projectiles. So the green-haired man, although he did most of them well with some difficulty, ended up very badly off with several bruises on his torso and legs. And finally, they did another routine that aimed to train the amount of power that Izuku can withstand at 100% in a specific area. So the green-haired man had to activate 100% only in one fist for 10 minutes. The result of this was that the green-haired man found it very difficult to move his hand for approximately an hour due to the pain, but according to All Might, if he repeated that process several times on the rest of his body daily, he would be able to control one for all at 100% throughout his body. In short, Izuku's training was completely hellish, tiring himself from using his quirk too much, receiving projectiles thrown by the number 1 hero, and also pushing parts of his body to the limit to endure one for all longer. Once nightfall came, they both said goodbye and went home with the intention of continuing the next day. Now Izuku was walking home in pain but calmly, while he had both hands in his pockets, and looked at the sky with a slight smile, remembering his newly started training with his favorite hero since he was little. I like this day. Who would have said that I would end up being All Might's disciple? Izuku said with a slight serene smile while looking at the sky, thinking that he felt incredibly sore from training, so he would go home to rest directly. But on the way, he couldn't help but notice a girl standing at an intersection, asking directions to the few people passing by. She's thin and short, about 5 feet 6 inches, 1.65 meters, with blonde hair pulled back and messy buns on either side of her head, and a straight, uneven fringe, along with 2 strands of hair falling on either side of her face. Her eyes are slightly squinty, yellow in color, and have slight dark circles under their eyes. She wears a sailor uniform covered by an oversized button-up sweater that covers most of her skirt and the palms of her hands, and has black school uniform-style stockings that reach her knees. No one approached the girl because she had a big smile that could reveal her prominent canines, so they absurdly thought she was strange, and did not approach to help her. I think I should talk to her, the green-haired man said to himself calmly as he headed towards the blonde to help her with whatever she needed, but before he got there he saw a robust motorcyclist with a punk mohawk approaching to talk to her. "Hello, sir. Could you give me some directions to the nearest shopping center?" asked the girl named Toga with her big smile while she watched the man unafraid of her appearance and his bandoliera. "I wouldn't mind, darling, but first follow me somewhere else so I can tell you more calmly," the motorcyclist replied with a malicious and disgusting smile, while suspiciously directing Toga in another direction. "Of course, sir, thank you very much." The girl thanked him with joy and emotion as she began to follow the man with some light childlike jumps. "This gives me a bad feeling," Izuku thought suspiciously as he watched this. He wouldn't stand by and watch anything else while she was possibly in danger, so he activated his flying quirk called flight to follow them from the air. He didn't trust the motorcyclist regarding his intentions of helping the girl. Flight is a quirk that allows Zuko to literally fly freely through the skies. More specifically, this quirk controls the gravity around the user's body, allowing it to even be used to influence a person in contact with the user. The duration depends on the user's stamina, but since we're talking about Izuku, it can last up to at least 30 minutes. The consequence of exceeding this limit is a momentary loss of control over gravity, which can be detrimental and even fatal if the user is in the air at a high altitude. About 5 minutes passed, and the man had led the blonde to a dead end. Surprisingly, upon arriving, he did give the blonde directions, as he'd said. The Zuko, still suspicious of the man's intentions, was watching seriously, crouching from a rooftop, waiting to make sure the girl was safe. "Then you take the left and that's it," the motorcyclist finished explaining with a cheerful and surprisingly trustworthy smile. "Thank you very much, sir, now I better go." The girl thanked with her still present big smile, and then began to walk towards the exit of the alley with excitement. "And my reward? I think I should be rewarded for helping you, don't you think?" asked the vandal with an evil and disgusting look, while he calmly approached a young woman who stopped dead in her tracks upon hearing the man. "I don't have any money, sir. I guess it'll be for another time." Toga responded calmly while turning to look at the motorcyclist with her smile, and then laughing a little, to which the vandal didn't take that answer very well. "I don't believe it," the man exclaimed maliciously before jumping towards the blonde with the intention of subduing her, and thus satisfying his dirty carnal needs. "I've got you now." Izuku thought seriously, wanting to smash the man's face in, while he was still in the air to subdue the young woman. But the green-haired man stopped in his tracks when he noticed the blonde quickly turning around with her big smile, to grab the motorcyclist by the arm and throw him to the ground with force, as if it were a martial arts key palm. "Ouch. Shit. What?" said the motorcyclist after falling with his face pressed against the concrete, and then watched as the blonde subdued him with her arm behind his back. She was on top of him with a slight blush on her face, and still had that happy smile that now seemed sadistic and chilling. "You didn't want a reward? Well, I'll give you a knife in the chest as a gift, okay?" said the girl with a somewhat maniacal and unhinged tone of voice, while still maintaining her smile and a slight blush caused by the emotion of the moment. Then, with speed, she twisted the man's arm slightly, causing him to scream loudly in pain, making him think he was going to lose his arm. The blonde simply remained content with her smile as she watched a robust man suffer, despite having worse plans for her before. "It was just a joke, and nothing is necessary," said the vandal with great fear and nerves, while trying to excuse himself in a pathetic and desperate way. Insist, I'll stab you and then draw with your blood. Haga insisted in a childish tone while from one of her socks, she took out a very sharp and large serrated knife, which scared the motorcyclist and alerted Izuku, who was confused by the change of roles. And no, please don't kill me. The man begged while crying a little and hesitating, hoping that the girl would have mercy and not kill him. I promise you it will hurt a lot, and then you will feel better. Haga exclaimed with joy and madness in her tone, then took the knife with both hands and raised it in the air before beginning to lower it quickly. Enough! Izuku exclaimed forcefully as he quickly appeared behind Toga to hold her by both hands, grabbing the knife. The green-haired man arrived quickly thanks to using one for all on his legs to propel himself by jumping off the alley walls, despite the fact that they hurt like hell. What? Haga exclaimed surprised and exalted when she turned back and saw the tall green-haired man holding the knife in his hands, preventing him from stabbing the motorcyclist, who had his eyes closed while he shit himself. You don't have to do this, Izuku said softly and calmly while looking at Toga with his green eyes, causing her to remain static for a few moments to think about what to do in that situation, while her blush increased, but not due to the feeling of danger. Then the green-haired man easily lifted Toga from his grasp, preventing her from moving them. The vandal, once the blonde, was no longer on top of him, stood up and took the opportunity to flee, while running strangely, because he also shit his pants in fear. Thanks, kid. The vandal thanked with a victorious and relieved smile as he turned to look at Izuku, who put on a serious and angry look, while looking at the motorcyclist out of the corner of his eye, which made Toga blush even more, as she continued to stare at him with her eyes wide open. You're not getting out of here either, bastard. Izuku said in a low-income voice, while pointing with his free hand at the fearful and cowardly man. Then, from his hand, he fired a neon red ring that at high speed reached the motorcyclist's back, and then adhered to it, just like the movie Tron, causing the man's body to not move a muscle anymore, and fall to the ground completely paralyzed while he was still conscious. This quirk, called him Mobilize, allows the user to expel energy rings from their hands. Upon contact with any organic or inorganic body, it causes the body to become completely paralyzed, leaving it unable to move. It can be used more specifically to halt the body's motor skills or even its own heartbeat, which can be fatal. The effect lasts between 30 and 15 minutes, depending on the size of the body being immobilized. Only approximately 7 rings can be fired every 12 hours, so if this limit is exceeded during this time, the user will be paralyzed from the legs down for a period of 4 minutes. Once Izuku confirmed that immobilize stopped the motorcyclist escape, he turned to see Toga, who had already come to her senses and started struggling, trying to escape the green-haired man's grip that stopped her assassination attempt. Let me go, Hiro-kan, don't you see that? I need to stab that kind man. Toga said with emotion and a childish tone while still keeping a smile on her face, as if she really hoped that Izuku would let her go so she could kill the man. I think you don't understand what position you're in, Izuku responded calmly while staring at the blonde, who didn't give up on her struggle despite it seeming useless. Why did you do that? Is this the first time you've tried to do it? The green-haired man asked in a softer tone of voice, while he loosened his grip a little, so that the girl would calm down in her struggle, which was unsuccessful. Bonnie times, but a nosy Hiro-kan like you always comes along and interrupts me. Toga responded with sick joy while she continued to struggle hard as if she were a wild animal that just wanted to kill. You know, you shouldn't get involved with me, Hiro-kan. If you come close to me you'll get hurt and I'll have to see your red blood coming out of your body, said the blonde with a little calm while she looked at Izuku with a happy and excited look. Anyone would take that as a threat, but Izuku for fractions of a second noticed how that look reflected sadness, so he would try to get to the bottom of the matter. Are you not listening to me? Let me go so I can stab you. That way you won't suffer after meeting me. Toga exclaims forcefully, and with her smile while she began to move her legs trying to kick Izuku. The green-haired man received a kicks without flinching, despite being suffering from the bruises he got in his training. I'll stab you. I'll stab you again and again. Your blood must surely be very beautiful, Hiro-kan. Toga shouted as if she was completely crazy, while her smile seemed to widen in a manic and unhinged way. Izuku just looked at her with a calmer look than before, which unsettled Toga and caused her to start frowning furiously. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go before you get hurt. I'll stab you and you'll feel better later. The blonde shouted loudly and furiously while she angrily looked at the green-haired boy, trying to get him to let her go. He calmly let her go, surprising Toga, who was perplexed for seconds. But before she could move to escape, she felt two hands grab her by the shoulders. Listen to me clearly, if you haven't killed anyone yet you are free to continue with your life. Izuku spoke softly with a slight smile, trying to calm the blonde while holding her by the shoulders. Shut up! Toga exclaimed in fury and desperation, while struggling like crazy to free herself from the green-haired boy's solid grip. Izuku just watched with some pity the state Toga was in with those earmuffs and her crazy smile. You still have a lot of life to live for you to throw it all away by becoming a murderer. The green-haired man continued speaking with a kind and comforting look while smiling slightly at the blonde. I'll stab you. Toga shouted angrily and strongly, while taking out another knife that she had in her sleeve with one hand. She grabbed it tightly and then pointed at Izuku's stomach. The green-haired man noticed this and still stayed still. The blonde was desperate to escape, but suddenly stopped the knife just a few centimeters away. Izuku seemed this confirmed some suspicion he had in his mind. Surely you must have had a difficult past, but you must continue forward without straying from the path of good. What would your family say if they saw you now? Said the green-haired man with a comforting and warm look while smiling kindly at Toga, who struggled again trying to escape, but this time with less strength. You wouldn't understand. Haga exclaimed with her eyes closed, then gritted her teeth and began to struggle with renewed strength, trying to escape. Izuku now knew that there was a deeper reason behind the blonde's actions than a desire to kill. Fortunately, he'd read a large number of books on gesture analysis and human psychology. It came in very handy when investigating a person with hidden agendas. Well, explain it to me so I understand, but I still won't let you kill someone. The green-haired boy responded calmly while looking more seriously at Toga, who began to kick and punch Izuku, who received them with some pain, because his body was still weak from the one-for-all training. Let me go. Toga said with force and desperation, while she clenched her fist tightly and held the knife pointing at herself in the stomach, planning to kill herself, because she preferred to die than to be in prison without fulfilling her goal. No! Izuku exclaimed with authority and fury, shaking Toga's little heart to get her attention. She got excited and dropped her knife while looking perplexed at the green-haired man who had seemed upset. Then Izuku seriously brought his face a little closer to Toga's face, making her nervous because the green-haired man, although he seemed annoyed, gave off manliness and power, just to then bring his attractive face closer to the blonde's face. Listen to me clearly. I'm not going to let a beautiful girl like you kill someone and waste her life causing suffering. It doesn't matter what past you have had, what matters is what you are going to do in the future, exclaimed the green-haired man with seriousness, conviction and a soft grip on the blonde's shoulders, who was surprised to hear the green-haired man's moving words and calm down a little. Why you wouldn't say the same thing if you knew me well, Hiro-come. Haga responded with her gaze lowered and her hair shadowing her eyes, showing herself emotionally vulnerable. Izuku with a soft gaze, released one of her shoulders to lift Toga's chin so that she would look into his eyes. I have all the time you need, so no matter what, I will save you, Izuku said with a kind smile and a warm look while looking with his green eyes into Toga's beautiful blonde eyes, who upon hearing those words, was emotionally overwhelmed and opened her eyes in surprise. What did you say? Toga asked, perplexed and nervous, feeling the green-haired boy's gaze along with his moving and beautiful words, while he held her chin, making her see his hypnotizing emerald eyes. I will save you, the green-haired man repeated with confidence, warmed, kindness and sincerity in his words, while with a deep look he looked at Toga and smiled at her with joy, causing a great explosion of emotions and hope to fill Toga's heart. Thank you, the blonde thanked her in a voice on the verge of tears, as she smiled at the green-haired boy with warmth and innocence. Toga then dropped her knife on the ground and then put her head on Izuku's shoulder to sob for a few moments. After that, Izuku took Toga home to talk, but not before taking the motorcyclist, who was possibly a rapist, to jail. Normally, they would interrogate Izuku ad nauseam about what happened and how he shouldn't use his quirks, but because he's the boy who defeated the mud villain, he gained a good reputation among several heroes and the police force. The police chief, who had long been in debt to the green-haired man, turned a blind eye to Izuku's actions and let him go with only a warning at Izuku's house. After leaving the vandal with the police, Izuku took Toga to his house to learn more about his story. He needed help because he might try to kill someone again and deteriorate even further into evil and madness, something Izuku would never allow. Now Toga, somewhat calmly and somewhat curiously, sat on the couch in Izuku's living room with the TV off. Izuku had placed 2 drinks on the small table in front of the couch and then calmly sat down to stare at the blonde, who was no longer smiling excessively, but instead had a slight smile and seemed much calmer than before. Now tell me, what is your name? Izuku asked softly and with a slight smile, while he calmly looked at Toga. My name is Himiko Toga, I am 15 years old and I attend Fujitora School. Toga responded calmly and quietly while smiling slightly in response to the green-haired boy. That's in another district. Why are you here? Do you have family to stay with? Izuku asked with intrigue and curiosity. No, my family was very strict and cold and I ran away to my uncle's house, Toga answered calmly, while little by little her expression became sad and dejected, which alerted Izuku that he was on the right track with his questions. And they know about your little murder attempts. Izuku commented calmly and kindly as he took his drink, and then took a sip. I died a year ago, crushed by a sign, the blonde responded with sadness and a depressed expression while looking down. This caused Izuku to choke on his drink because of such a tragic answer and curiously similar to his story. Cough cough. What? Can you explain yourself in more detail? The green-haired man asked after coughing, recovering while he watched the blonde laugh slightly with tenderness because she found it funny to see him choking on his drink. Okay. I was coming back from school and when I got home and watched the news, I heard there was a villain attack in this district, Toga agreed, feeling more cheerful while calmly looking at the green-haired boy. The atmosphere had lightened up a bit thanks to the funny scene. Then a policeman came to my door to inform me that they had been crushed to death by a sign due to an attack by the villain. The pretty girl continued calmly, while her eyes reflected a bit of sadness. The green-haired man noticing this placed a hand on her shoulder to support and comfort her. I had to live alone because I didn't want to go back to my parents, and at school the girl has insulted me and said that it was my fault that they died. Toga said more calmly while smiling slightly at the green-haired boy. She could remember the mockery and insults in public, receiving laughter from all her classmates. And why is that? Izuku asked and intrigued while inside he felt pain hearing his classmates insult her. Because my quirk is a very grotesque one, its name is transfum, and when I drink another person's blood, I can take on their appearance for a period of time, depending on how much I drink. Toga explained calmly while remembering the few times she had used it by accident when she was little. Up until that point he hadn't gone so far as to hurt others due to the hero's interruptions, and he never got to collect blood to use his quirk to hurt others. The green-haired boy felt very upset when he heard that she had suffered abuse and ridicule from her classmates because of her unusual quirk. It reminded him somehow of how he felt every day when they made fun of him for being a mucus. I think it's a very useful quirk if you ask me. The green-haired boy commented sincerely and with a slight smile before taking a sip of his drink. This comment slightly cheered the blonde, who smiled for a moment before continuing to tell. Since then I dropped out of school and came to this district to find his murder, no matter if I have to kill others. Toga concluded with a serious and annoyed look while clenching her fists, in order to kill the wretch who murdered the only family that was good and kind to her. She was willing to kill and hurt others. So you were acting as bait to attract the villain, right? Izuku said calmly, perfectly understanding the blonde's intentions. If he were in her place, he would probably seek revenge and fall into despair just like her, acting selfishly, hurting others in order to achieve his goal. But even if he understood her, he couldn't let her go through with it. He wouldn't allow the blonde's future to go to shit because of her revenge against a murderer who's been dead for a year, and there would probably be few professional heroes who would try to help her once they knew she'd attempted murder multiple times. Yes, it's the easiest way to attract people. Toga replied with a bit of shame and pity because she found the tactic she had been using deplorable and cowardly. I live in an abandoned neighborhood not far from here, the girl said calmly, smiling slightly at the green-haired man. Her hideout was just an abandoned building where street villains didn't gather, so it was a good place to stay. I'm sorry. Your uncles died, but you would have killed several innocent people in the process. They surely wouldn't have wanted you to do that, Izuku said with a bit of seriousness while he looked at Toga calmly. Toga understood this, but even so the hatred she felt for the villain who murdered her uncles was enormous. They were not guilty of anything to die for. They welcomed her with smiles when she left with them. They were kind all the time. They were loved by the neighbors. They were simply the clearest stereotype of good neighbors and relatives that someone could have. But I can't just sit there and wait until they catch him. I want him to die, Toga replied while clenching her fists. In anger, while she was sitting there, perhaps the villain would be living carefree, despite having taken the lives of her kind and good uncles. He's already dead. You don't have to continue with this life, the green-haired man responded calmly and with a calm expression before taking another sip of his drink. These words unsettled Toga, and then a brief silence formed. What do you mean, Hiro-kan? Toga asked with great intrigue and eager to know what the green-haired man meant by saying something like that suddenly. He couldn't possibly know who killed his uncles, if not even she knew, or could he? Excuse me for not introducing myself before. My name is Izuku Materia, and like you, I am 15 years old, Izuku said, somewhat embarrassed for forgetting his own introduction, because he was focused on Toga. Then he looked at her with a cheerful smile while he leaned back on his sofa and stretched his arms comfortably. Are you really 15? Toga asked, excited and surprised to find out that the tall and attractive green-haired man was the same age as her. Then she looked Izuku's body up and down, trying to find coherence in that, but then she got embarrassed by her action and blushed. Yes, either way the man who murdered your uncles is already dead, Izuku said calmly as he looked at the turned-off television. Then he left his drink on the table in front of him and then looked Toga in the eyes. She was expectant and curious about what the green-haired man would say regarding his assassination target. You see, said the green-haired boy, beginning to tell Toga about the events that occurred the day All for One went to his house to give him his quirk. Toga listened attentively and without asking, because when she heard the officer notifying Izuku about his mother's death, she looked very sad, this because she had told the green-haired boy that he would not understand her fury and hatred towards the villain when the only family he had and supported him had died, leaving him completely alone. She then heard about how All for One entered the house and proposed his quirk to Izuku, something that confused her until the green-haired man explained it in more detail, surprising the blonde even more, who couldn't believe it, until the story reached the point where Izuku stabbed the villain with his arm blade. Now that we're talking about the quirk, it's called Metallica, which grants the user the ability to turn every part of their body into metal and mold it into weapons or various shapes for the wielder's convenience. The main flaw of this quirk is that it exhausts the user once it's used for too long. Then upon hearing the full story, the blonde began to sob with joy upon hearing that the Dylan who murdered her uncles and the green-haired boy's mother had died at the hands of Izuku. Her joy was very great, and she continued listening to the green-haired boy while she continued sobbing with happiness, but at some point she realized how painful it must be for the green-haired boy to use a quirk that reminds him every day of the fact that his mother was Murdered by the man who gave it to him, so she calmed her smile to a sadder expression out of pity for the green-haired boy. Sniff, I'm sorry about what happened to your mother. Voga said sincerely while she saw the green-haired man giving her his condolences. Don't worry, now I live to prevent others from losing a loved one. The green-haired man responded with a cheerful smile as he turned to look at Toga. So you really killed him? The blonde asked calmly, wanting to hear it again. She had already asked it 5 times, and every time she heard it, she felt like a great burden was lifted from her shoulders. I already told you I got through it. The green-haired boy exclaimed with a little stress upon hearing the same damn question for the 6th time. He understood the Toga liked to hear it, but 6 times was his limit for answering the same thing. You're amazing, Izuku-kun, thank you very much. Jijiji. Toga said with joy and happiness while smiling at Izuku, then she let out some sweet and melodious laughs that the green-haired boy found adorable. You don't have to thank me, that guy caused his own death by giving me his quirk. Izuku replied calmly and with a slight smile while with his hands he downplayed the matter. The man simply would not have died if he had simply given all for one to someone else. So what are you going to do now? The green-haired man asked calmly and intriguingly while he looked closely at the blonde, who remained silent for several seconds while she herself asked herself the same thing. I'm not going back to school, I only went because my uncles wanted me to, even though I have really good grades. I guess I'll stay in my den until I figure out what to do. Toga replied, not very sure about what to do now that a goal of taking revenge was gone. Then the green-haired boy had a great idea that would benefit her, him, and society. I have a proposal for you, Izuku said calmly with a kind smile as he settled on his knees. Who is Izuku-kun? Toga asked with intrigue and curiosity, approaching to listen to the green-haired man. How about you live here with me? The green-haired man proposed with his kind and serene expression, while he turned to look at Toga, who remained perplexed and motionless for a few seconds, processing the green-haired man's proposal. Really? Toga asked, unable to believe what the green-haired man was saying. Was he perhaps referring to something else and she didn't understand? Or was it that the green-haired man wanted to have something with her? Sure, but in exchange you'll have to try to get into Yui with me. Izuku responded with a calm smile as he pointed at himself with his thumb, and then pointed with his index finger at a calendar on the wall of the living room, in which the days of the tests to enter Yui were marked on some date. I'm sure you can be a great heroine for infiltrations or hostage rescues with your quirk, said the green-haired boy calmly while looking at a perplexed Toga, who couldn't believe such an extravagant condition for a girl who had tried to murder. She simply thought that she wouldn't fit in a place like that. Do you really think so? I don't think someone like me is fit to be a heroine, Toga said, not very animated, while she wasn't at all sure if she could be useful in saving people, when before she thought about killing them if necessary. Of course I think so, just think about the suffering you and I felt when our family was taken from us. Wouldn't you like to prevent other innocent people from feeling that way? Asked the green-haired boy with a kind and warm smile as he looked at Toga. This question completely shook the thoughtful blonde's mind. She wished no one else went through her suffering, so that was the right question to make her react and realize that in some way she wanted to save and help others. In that case I accept Izuku-kun, Toga exclaimed with joy and conviction, while raising her fists with joy and determination. Now on her face there was a big smile like that of a happy girl who received the best motivation of all. Now the blonde had a more noble goal, and her thirst for revenge had disappeared, so she could start again on a better path, and all thanks to the green-haired boy who cared for her, and prevented her from ruining her life. Great, let's get your things, said the green-haired boy excitedly and satisfied as he calmly stood up from his couch to head for the door. Ready, Toga said simply and happily as she watched a green-haired boy stop dead in his tracks upon hearing this. What do you mean? The boy asked in confusion as he slowly turned to look at the blonde. I have nothing else, Toga replied normally while having a slight smile on her face. You only have this outfit and your knives? Asked a perplexed and exalted Izuku-kun. Upon learning this, meaning he always wore those same clothes all the time, and he didn't have any material objects or anything like that. Yes, since there is no one else in my den, I washed my clothes and stay away. Toga answered innocently while she had an index finger on her chin, remembering the only method she did to keep her clothes clean every day, until she was interrupted by Izuku-kun, who touched her shoulder, stopping her. "Do many details, anyway. I hope we get along, Toga," the green-haired man said serenely and with a warm look while smiling at Toga, who blushed upon feeling Izuku-kun's touch again. Now it was different from the beginning when he held her still. Now when she felt his big hands touching her, she remembered that pleasant sensation she felt when the green-haired man told her, "I will save you." Likewise, Izuku-kun. The blonde responded nervously and with a blush while she looked slightly in another direction, but still saw the green-haired boy out of the corner of her eye, who, seeing her blush in such a tender way, was stunned. "I guess the first thing we'll do tomorrow is go buy you more clothes. You can't walk around the house like that," said the green-haired boy, coming out of his trance, while pointing with his hand at the blonde, who upon hearing this calmly stood up from the sofa to stand in front of Izuku-kun. Then he began to take off his sweater, unbuttoning it. He then calmly and quietly began to remove his sailor uniform, revealing very little of the sky blue underwear underneath. The green-haired man was getting nervous at the blonde's sudden attitude. She was undressing right in front of him for who knows what reason. But what are you doing?" his Sukuku asked nervously as he turned around quickly so as not to give in to his masculine impulses, but were screaming for him to jump into action. "You said I can't walk around the house like that," Toga replied calmly and quietly as she looked at the nervous green-haired boy who was avoiding looking at her. "She has a good body," as Sukuku fought with a perverted tone while he glanced at the beautiful blonde, who had a very attractive body for just a 15-year-old girl. "She has good attributes at first glance, and her figure is seductive despite being covered by her clothes." The green-haired man with all his efforts held back those impure thoughts to start acting in a morally correct manner. "You still can't undress in front of me. You don't know what I could do to," said the green-haired man calmly while moving the palm of his hand indicating to the blonde to stop, to which she somewhat confused obeys. "I don't think you're doing anything wrong. You said you were going to save me," Toga replied with a slight smile and a blush, remembering the green-haired man's words. Now Izuku is the person she trusted the most. The green-haired man wouldn't help her if she was going to do something bad later. He simply gained her trust in such a short time. "Ehem. You shouldn't trust anyone that easily," Izuku said, somewhat surprised by the trust the blonde had in him. Regardless of whether she was kind or not, he is still a man who can fall under his instincts, something he only did when he was alone with Mitsuki. "I don't trust just anyone, I only trust you," Toga said with a big smile while looking at the green-haired boy with joy. The green-haired boy, upon hearing that, was happy and slightly embarrassed. Then he just walked to the hallway that led to his room, without turning to see Toga, who had the buttons of her shirt somewhat undone. "Anyway, I'm going to give you some of my clothes for now, so wait a moment," the green-haired man commented calmly and serenely before walking towards his room. His mother's clothes had been sold 10 months ago because at the time he didn't think he'd have any female visitors, but apparently he was wrong. The blonde with a happy and cheerful smile was getting dressed again. While she was grateful for having met the green-haired man that day, if he hadn't appeared to stop her, her life would definitely only get worse. She would search for her uncle's murder without result until possibly ending in madness. Either way, she would now live under the same roof as the green-haired man with whom she shared the similarity of having lost her family. She would help him, just as he had helped her, and would try to enter Yui to become a heroine who would prevent others from losing their loved ones, but above all she would enjoy every moment next to the green-haired man who had captivated her. About 30 minutes later. After a few minutes, Izuku arrived with a change of clothes for Toga to change into. They gave her a simple white shirt that was too big for the blonde and a pair of black shorts that highlighted the girl's waist and eyes due to her good figure. The green-haired boy somehow endured seeing her in such a provocative appearance before putting his and Toga's sweaty clothes in the wash. Now Izuku was in his room sitting on his bed while lifting a 100 kilograms weight in one hand, without using any quirk, while Toga was in the living room, watching some comedy television programs. I suppose that if I combine it with other quirks that could be much more powerful, maybe tomorrow I'll ask All Might to if I should try it. The green-haired man said to himself while he looked at the ground, thoughtful about the great variety of combinations he could make of one for all with other quirks to make it more dangerous and stronger. So now I carry the hopes of all the users, huh? He said with a serious look while he calmly left his weight on the floor. Now it seemed as if being a hero was already an obligation to meet the expectations that all might have of him because he was the 9th user of one for all. I hope I can save them all just like I was able to do with Toga today, he said with some doubt as he laid down on his bed staring at the ceiling. Then he remembered the origin of his goal. Save them all to fill himself with conviction. No. I'm not going to hesitate. I'm going to do it no matter what, he exclaimed with a slight smile while raising a fist over his face and looking at him, determined to fulfill that dream, that of saving them all and thus preventing innocent civilians from dying unjustly. I will fulfill the hopes and dreams of all those who trust in me, including the former users who fought to the death to strengthen this quirk. The green-haired man encouraged himself with emotion and conviction while looking at the ceiling of his room with a slight smile. I'll be the best hero in the world, he exclaimed with a raised fist and a look and a smile full of confidence and conviction in achieving his dream. He had the support of his favorite hero, and now he had a friend who would share the same goal. He couldn't be happier with how things are going so far, so he wouldn't be lacking support and motivation. Meanwhile, Toga stood outside the green-haired boy's room, listening to everything with her ear pressed against the door. She had a big smile on her face as she listened to the green-haired boy. If he showed such determination, she should do the same. Together with him, she would become a heroine who would prevent people from suffering at the hands of villains. Here, both young people who share the same goal of becoming heroes and the same grief of losing a loved one would begin preparing for the UA entrance exams in 10 months. Izuku with his goal of becoming the #1 hero and the next symbol of peace who can save everyone in need, and Toga with her goal of preventing other people from falling into resentment and hatred as she did. Chapter 4. I made it without being alone. Normal POV. 10 months later. It's been 10 months since Izuku obtained one for all, thanks to the #1 hero All Might. He has trained very hard during all that time, pushing his body to the limit. So much was his effort that even All Might himself was impressed when the green-haired man managed to clean the entire beach of garbage in just 4 months, due to his rapid improvement in controlling one for all. He always gave his best against any weather that arose. His condition was deplorable once he finished training, but over time he got used to it, until his tiredness and physical exhaustion were not noticeable to anyone, except for a blonde who always treated his most serious wounds. By the way, it's also been 10 months since he met Toga, and she started living with him at his house. The girl didn't go to school, so she studied at home whenever she wanted. After all, she could take a test that would assess her mental capacity and knowledge, so that UA could be considered for the entrance exam for the hero class. She had also begun to improve her hand-to-hand combat skills, to compensate for the limited use her quirk had in that area. She focused primarily on martial arts such as judo, karate, jujitsu, kung fu, and boxing, combining them all into her own more fluid and agile fighting style that was perfect for her. She and the green-haired man had become quite close over the past 10 months. After all, that's typical when two people live under the same roof for that long. You could say they were best friends who trusted each other completely, laughed together, joked, and even went out together on several occasions, which seemed like dates to others. The daily routine for those 10 months was that Izuku went to school in the morning and returned in the afternoon, training hard with all might, and then studying for the rest of his time or hanging out with Toga around the city. On the weekends, he only trained with all might, and then spent the rest of his time at home. Most of that time, the green-haired boy prepared the food until Toga showed interest in helping him. The Zuko hadn't told Toga that He trained with All Might himself because he and the #1 hero wanted to keep it their secret. All Might, for his part, when Izuku told him about Toga's situation, was moved by his students' heroic act, but still didn't think it was the best idea to have her in his own house. It shouldn't be forgotten that they were both still teenagers of opposite genders. After those 10 months, the green-haired man managed to control one for all much better. But still a little far from the level of All Might himself, reaching the point of being able to use 70% of his entire body simultaneously, calling that mode full cow. Not to mention that he experimented a lot with a quirk, combining it with other all-for-one quirks, eventually having several cards to play at the time of a confrontation. Izuku hasn't had contact with his teacher All Might for several weeks now. The last thing he remembers hearing from the blonde was good luck on the entrance exam, young Midoriya. I wish you the best of luck, and remember to show your potential. The green-haired man didn't worry too much because he knew that All Might was a busy hero. So sooner or later he would see him again. Now both Izuku and Toga were at home, already dressed in casual clothes and excited because it was the day they would take the entrance exams for the Great Hero School. They were both full of conviction and determined to give their all so they could both enter the school and become great heroes. Izuku wears a great tracksuit with a simple hood, somewhat loose black pants, and black training wristbands that weighed about 25 kilograms each. He wore them daily, mostly out of habit. Toga is wearing a very comfortable brown coat that is somewhat large for her, while over it, she is wearing a white scarf with a plaid design, a dark blue skirt that reaches to her knees, and long black stockings that reach above her knees, and are covered by the skirt. Come on Izuku, come, we're going to be late. Toga exclaimed excitedly, and hurriedly from the doorway of the house, while she put on her brown boots that reached above her calf, hoping that the green-haired boy would hurry up so she wouldn't be late for the presentation. I know, I was just checking to see if I didn't forget anything. Izuku responded calmly and a little sleepy, while he headed next to Toga to also start putting on his military boots that were black with blue details calmly and with a slight smile on his face. Okay, let's go now before they start without us. Toga exclaimed full of joy and excitement as she opened the door of the house to leave with a green-haired boy, dragging him by the arm, trying to get him to move faster. Well, if you're in such a hurry, come on, get on quickly. Izuku said calmly and with a slight smile as he crouched down in front of Toga, signaling her to get on his back so they could fly. To which Toga smiled happily because she really liked flying with Izuku on the few occasions where he allowed it. We'll get there walking so they don't call you out, okay? Toga said, trying to act serious and wanting to hide her joy while she climbed onto Izuku's back, and he held her, ignoring the fact that their bodies were so close. After all, over time he stopped seeing her with perverted eyes and started seeing her as his best friend. I know, as far as I know, I'm the careful one here, Izuku replied with a sideways smile, as he prepared to take flight. It was obvious that Toga wanted to hide her joy by acting responsible. But that just didn't fit with her, and that way was better, according to Izuku. Then Izuku took a high leap, propelling himself through the air, while Toga, once secured, began to raise his arms, as if he were on a roller coaster. The good thing is that most people, when they saw them flying from a distance, thought they were licensed heroes, so there was no punishment for the green-haired boy at the entrance of JUA. Now Izuku and Toga were right in front of the great JUA Academy, very excited to be right in front of what for them would be the beginning of a new life in which they could prepare to one day be professional heroes who helped the population and defeat the villains who threaten peace. Finally here, Izuku said with a serene smile, as he looked with some sparkle in his eyes at the great academy he has always wanted to attend to be a great hero like All Might. I never expected I'd be here, Toga said with happiness in her eyes as she turned to look at Izuku, who seemed to show his excitement in his own way. Well, believe it, you earned it with effort, the green-haired man said, with a kind and warm look while looking at Toga, and then putting a hand on her shoulder, cheering her up. Well, they haven't accepted me yet, Toga commented without removing her smile while looking at the ground, imagining the small but possible case in which she doesn't get into the academy. But they will, I'm sure of it, remember all your effort. Izuku calmly comforted while with one hand he attracted Toga's chin so she could see him. She was taken by surprise, and when she saw her best friend's green eyes, she blushed a little and only nodded optimistically. Look. You have something in your hair. Toga said excitedly with a big smile as she looked at Izuku's curly hair with feigned amazement. I'm sure it's nothing, said the green-haired man, calmly while he released Toga serenely and with his eyes closed and then began to walk to the entrance of you with his hands in the pockets of his sweater in a calm manner. Let me take it off you, Izuku-kun? Toga asked with a smile as if she were a little hyperactive girl, while she was next to Izuku trying to touch his hair, to which the green-haired boy tried to defend himself with his hands. Hey, stop before I fall, the Izuku said with some annoyance while he tried to get Toga off him but was interrupted when, because of his friend, he tripped over a tiny stone that caused him to fall facing up. She closed her eyes, expecting to hit the ground, but after a few seconds, she realized she didn't feel anything. Then she opened her eyes and realized her body was being suspended in the air and Toga watched in amazement. Are you okay? Asked a girl next to the green-haired man. She is a thin, light-skinned girl, slender, and has large, round brown eyes. She has straight brown hair that reaches her shoulders and is separated into two large strands that fold down the sides of her face with a small wave at the back, and finally, she seemed to have a light blush under her beautiful eyes. Yes, thank you very much for helping me, Izuku replied with a kind smile while with his quirk flight, he stabilized himself to stand normally on the ground. No problem, that was my individuality, so sorry for using it without warning you. But it would be bad if you fell, said the brown-haired girl with a nice smile directed at Izuku. He nodded with a serene and grateful smile, and then turned to look at Toga with some annoyance. If you hadn't bothered me I wouldn't have tripped, Izuku said while looking at Toga and scratching his head, causing the blonde to look away, feigning innocence while shrugging her shoulders. But nothing happened to you, Toga replied with a slight smile, causing Izuku to have a slightly annoyed bane pop out. Then he left Toga aside, who was normally like that, to go back to see the girl who helped him. Anyway, thanks again, and I wish you luck on the tests, Izuku said with a kind smile and a cheerful look. Looking at the girl well with one of his arms, he grabbed Toga's head as punishment, which she tried to get away from without results, making the scene somewhat comical. Don't I know you from somewhere? The brunette asked with some intrigue, as she looked closely at Izuku's face and hair, then at his body. She could tell he'd seen those same green curls on television or somewhere else. I don't think so, either way let's do our best, Izuku responded calmly, helping that she wouldn't recognize him from the accident with a mud villain, and then clenched his free fist in a determined manner, transmitting encouragement to the brunette, who smiled at that. Yes, exclaimed the girl with enthusiasm and an excited and determined smile, while raising both fists with conviction. Then she waved goodbye to Toga and Izuku with a cute smile, and then walked towards the entrance of Yui. Izuku smiled slightly and then let go of Toga's head, leaving it free. He then began to walk with his hands in his pockets towards the entrance, but he noticed that his friend wasn't following him and turned to look at her. What are you waiting for, Toga? Come quickly, said the green-haired boy with a slight smile, urging his friend, who was looking down while remaining silent and still in her place. It's not fair that you're like that with other girls, Toga muttered to herself in a low voice, while she was somewhat annoyed, because her green-haired friend chatted happily with the brunette, which caused a strange feeling inside her. What did you say? Izuku asked curiously as he approached to see what was wrong with Toga. Upon hearing him, she froze with some nerves and then smiled at him somewhat foolishly. Nothing, let's just go in right now, Toga replied nervously as she hurried to the entrance of the Great Academy with a big smile. Izuku was surprised by Toga's attitude, but didn't think about it much, and just followed her with a slight smile and his hands in his pockets. At the UA auditorium. After taking a written exam, Izuku and Toga were taken along with the rest of the boys to what appeared to be a university auditorium where all the aspiring heroes would Be waiting for the practical exam to begin until the lights went out and spotlights appeared pointing at the platform. Next up on stage was Pro Hero Present Mick, a tall, blonde man with a spiky, slick-back hairstyle. He wore a black suit with studded shoulder pads, sunglasses, headphones, black boots, black fingerless gloves, and around his neck was a sort of equalizer with speakers and a cassette deck. "Welcome all kids, everyone say he." Present Mick exclaimed with emotion and strength, making his voice sound smoothly throughout the auditorium, with the intention of brightening the atmosphere, but he only got silence from the entire auditorium. "Don't be boring. You should be full of energy." Present Mick exclaimed again without losing his spirit while raising a fist to encourage the young people, but the result was simply the same, which made him feel a little depressed and sigh. Anyway, I'll present what the practical exam will consist of. Solace and carefully," said Present Mick more calmly and somewhat dejectedly while behind him some slides they had prepared for the presentation began to appear. "Who is he?" Izuku come? Haga asked with some intrigue as she turned to see Izuku, who was standing next to her with his hands in his pockets and a serene gaze fixed on the blonde presenter. "He's the professional hero Present Mick who has a radio show and his quirk consists of expelling sound waves from his mouth, and he's also UA's teacher like other heroes." Izuku answered calmly without looking away while he remembered when before his mother died, he listened to her radio show without fail. With her though gone adds at this and turns her gaze to pay attention. "As you may know, the entry requirements say that you will be taken to a simulated battlefield for 10 minutes in a city, which we will take you to once the presentation is over," Present Mick said with some enthusiasm and fluency while behind him an image of 4 square blocks was shown, each one identified with an A, B, C, and D. "You can bring whatever you want onto the field, and to make sure you know which field you're assigned to look under your seats," the pro hero continued calmly while pointing energetically at the young men. "So basically they won't allow you to team up with your friends," Izuku muttered to himself with a smile while having a hand on his chin. Then he moved his right hand a little using one of his quirks, and from under the seat a small paper came out that immediately reached the green-haired man's hands to see. "I'm from Group B," Izuku said calmly as he scratched his head and then turned to look at Toga, who seemed somewhat frustrated. "What a bummer, I'm from Group D," Toga complained in a slightly loud voice as if she were a child making a scene. Izuku smiled, somewhat embarrassed by his friend's scandal, to only support her with a hand on her shoulder, getting her attention. "Okay, either way we'll both go in," as you could said with a smile, calming Toga down a bit, who still frustrated and somewhat annoyed by her bad luck, returned her attention to the pro hero. "There are 3 different types of robotic imitations that will act as villains in the battle. They will be organized in a score from 1 to 3, depending on their type," Present Mick explained with energy and a smile while images of 3 models of robotic villains appeared, each one having a number from 1 to 3. "You will win and accumulate points by defeating them with your quirks. Attacking other participants is obviously prohibited." He continued speaking to make an X with his arms, prohibiting non-heroic acts. "Don't fuck with me," that Izuku shouted angrily and loudly from somewhere in the rows behind Izuku, which caused Izuku to laugh quietly at his former friend's obvious and predictable reaction. "Excuse me, Present Mick, can I ask a question?" said a boy with black hair, glasses, a muscular build and tall, while he stood up from his seat in a very mechanized way, erasing his hand. "Okay, newcomer 8645. Present Mick agreed as he looked at the list of the newcomers and then at the boy with glasses. "The brochure says there are 4 types of villains, so I hope it wasn't a mistake on the school's part, because it would be dishonorable for you, eh? The best school in all of Japan, to make such an absurd mistake," explained the black-haired boy with some robotic movements, while showing his brochure where there were indeed 4 types of robots instead of 3. "And you," the blonde with disheveled hair and tenured the boy with glasses with a serious look while pointing with his hand at Toga, who was surprised by this. "Who? Me?" Toga asked, confused, pointing at herself while looking around. thinking she was talking to someone else. You shouldn't talk so much during the presentation. It distracts the others who do want to listen. The black-haired boy exclaimed as a reprimand, while making some mechanized movements that were actually somewhat strange. Then Izuku calmly stood up from his seat, drawing attention to him. Excuse me for butting in. But she hasn't said much, and at least she hasn't interrupted the presentation to ask something. That present Mick was surely going to explain, but couldn't because of your interruption. Or am I wrong? Izuku said calmly while rubbing the back of his neck with one hand in a carefree manner, and then turning to look at present Mick. That's correct. The fourth type of villa in a robot is worth 0 points, there is one in each battle center. And it is somewhat difficult to defeat, which is why it is more of an obstacle that is advisable to avoid. Present Mick explained with excitement and a smile to lighten the atmosphere while behind him, a silhouette of the missing robot appeared with a number 0. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for interrupting. The bespectacled boy said sternly and seriously, then sat down in his seat to continue paying attention to the blonde. Then Izuku calmly sat back down, while Toga looked at him with a grateful smile. Thanks for defending me, Izuku. Toga thanked with a big happy smile. That caused the green-haired boy to smile too, but more calmly. Whenever you want. Izuku responded happily and with a kind look while he looked into the eyes of his blonde friend, who stayed like that for a few moments before waking up from her trance to see the pro-hero. That would be all I have to say to you young people, present Mick concluded with a smile on his face, as the slides disappeared and the auditorium lights came on, illuminating the room. Finally, I will give you our school motto as a gift. Plus Ultra, which means going beyond 100% of our capacity. Now get ready for the most exciting event. Explain present Mick with strength and emotion, transmitting part of his enthusiasm to everyone, and several began to shout and whistle, inspired by the words of the pro-hero. In City B. After splitting into groups, Izuku, along with the rest of the Group B challengers, were taken to the front of a large, fake city with giant gates as entrances. It was UA's testing ground, but it was still completely large and immense, surprising them all, including Izuku. Now everyone was wearing gym clothes for the practical exam. Izuku was wearing a black sports sweater with nothing underneath for comfort, a baggy dark red jumpsuit, black sneakers with red accents, and his usual wristbands. It looks like a city. One of the male applicants exclaimed with complete amazement in his voice, upon seeing such a size for only one of the 4 testing grounds for admission. And it's as big as a real one, added an equally impressed applicant, while several others around her agreed. BUA is really amazing, Izuku said with some astonishment and a slight smile as he looked at the huge doors, and then looked around to see if there was anyone he knew. After searching a bit, he found the brunette girl who had helped him before. She was warming up with great seriousness and concentration, while the other people just looked confident and excited about the test. I should say hello to her, Izuku thought as he started walking towards the brunette, but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. When he turned around to see who it was, he noticed that it was the black-haired boy from the auditorium, who turned around to see where Izuku wanted to go. That girl seems to want to focus on passing, you shouldn't distract her, the black-haired boy said with seriousness in his gaze, as he looked at the green-haired boy. Izuku calmly took his hand away to hunch a little in front of the boy who was smaller by only 1 centimeter. Excuse me, but what do you want with me? If it's because of the presentation, I only defended my friend so I won't apologize. Izuku said calmly and with a calm expression, while he had both hands in his pockets in a carefree manner. I don't hold any grudges about that. It's just that you're here to interfere with others who really want to concentrate. The boy with glasses replied, still seriously, while shaking his head and then staring at Izuku. It didn't seem right to him that someone like Izuku could so carelessly try to distract the aspirants who wanted to give their all. It offends me that you say that to me. I just want to show what I'm worth just like everyone here. I just wanted to say hello because she helped me this morning. The green-haired boy responded with a completely calm expression, while he scratched the back of his neck with one hand, and with the thumb of his other hand pointed at the brunette behind him. Isn't that the mud villain's boy from 10 months ago? Asked an applicant with intrigue and somewhat surprised while pointing at Izuku, causing others to pay attention and look closer, which caused Izuku to cyanoid and tired. The one who had more than one quirk? Another boy asked, very surprised and excited while he looked closer at the green-haired boy who was indeed the one who appeared on the news and on the front page 10 months ago. Wow, that's amazing, he's going to be a tough opponent, exclaimed an aspirant, amazed and excited by the tough opponent she would have if what was said on television was true. All these comments caused a black-haired man with glasses to take a closer look at Izuku and remember the famous incident that happened a long time ago of a simple student who defeated a villain using several quirks. Are you the boy from 10 months ago? The black-haired boy asked with some surprise on his face as he took a robotically step back in surprise. I think they're confusing me with someone else, Izuku said calmly, while wearing a somewhat irritated smile at the exaggerated attention he was receiving for a matter from a long time ago. Start, young people. Present mics claimed loudly and excitedly from a watchtower that was there so everyone could hear him, and then press the red button. Then, out of nowhere, the loudspeakers sounded an exit alarm as the city gate slowly opened. Izuku reacted seriously to this and immediately ran off in the direction of the city, while the other challengers seemed disoriented and confused. What's wrong with you? Do you think that in real life someone will warn you when the fight starts? Death never waits for anyone, so run fast because time is running out. Present mics claimed with a big smile on his face, causing all the aspirants to start running towards the city, using their quirks, pushing each other, making it difficult to move. When everyone enters the city, they notice that several windows in the buildings have been broken while on the street. A large number of robots identified as one point can be seen aiming at the roof of a building. Everyone sets their sights on the roof and sees Izuku standing there with an excited smile while his arms turned into metal blades cut through several 2-point robots quickly and agilely. On one side outside the roof were 2 Isukus fighting with several 3-point robots with their bare fists while they were enclosed in a large perfect cube above the air. What the hell? Several candidates asked, completely confused and not knowing what to say while they rubbed their eyes, hoping not to see triplets and not to be hallucinating in front of the large blue cube that was in the air. After defeating the 3 points, the 2 Izuku clones disappeared, turning into dust along with the perfect cube's cube, thus dropping the robot parts and pieces onto the 1 points that were on the street, aiming at the original as Izuku. In this way, several were crushed by the pieces while others dodged, fixing their sights on the challengers. They came out of their amazement and also began attacking the robots that were beginning to appear en masse. Thus, everyone began to fight against the robots, who were actually more skilled than they thought. Several lightning bolts streaked through the air, while the lucky students dodged them to fight as best they could. Once Izuku finished with the 3 points, he began to fly through the air towards another group of 3 points that were on another rooftop. He's flying! Exclaimed a surprised aspirant from the ground while pointing with his hand at the green-haired man, causing several to look at him surprised, thinking that the news that he had several quirks was true. Before arriving with the 3 points on the roof, Izuku managed to see that in an alley there were several 2 points prepared to ambush the brown-haired girl who helped him along with other applicants, so with a smile, he created several large ice stakes from the palm of his hand to direct them against the robots on the ground. The stakes arrived and defeated several of them, allowing the challengers and the girl to handle the number of enemies ambushing them. Then the green-haired man reached the 3 points and began slashing them again with his metal arms, blades. Incredible! Exclaimed a very impressed candidate who managed to see all of this from a suitable distance, and then also continued fighting with the numerous robots that kept coming out. In Field D. Meanwhile, on Battlefield D, the test had also begun, and the aspirants were fighting with everything they had against the villainous robots. In an alley somewhat distant from the entire group of aspirants, several dotted robots circled around someone. It was Toga, who skillfully jumped on the men, delivered powerful kicks, destroying their heads and severing some of their robotic arms with her knives. The blonde, with a cheerful and excited smile, grabbed one of the robot's arms to use the beam to destroy the rest surrounding her. She managed to dodge several shots with ease, then threw her arm, causing it to explode against a 2-point, thus creating a chain reaction that wiped out all the robots. I'm at 45 points now, Toga told herself with a smile, keeping track of all the points she'd accumulated so far. Behind her, a 3-pointer rose up, ready to attack the girl, but with speed and an excited smile, she turned around to impale the robot with one of her knives. How's Izuku doing now? Toga wondered with some intrigue as she pulled her arm away from the robot, letting it fall to the ground, defeated. Then he turned to look at the sky and noticed how, little by little, the sky was becoming cloudy, and at this Toga smiled happily, getting his answer, and then went in search of other robots that were in isolated alleys. In Field A. On the battlefield, things were getting very hectic because of a certain blonde who was attracting the attention of all the robots towards him. Bakugo was in the middle of a block on top of a large pile of defeated robots, while with his explosions, he defeated others that came for him. 52 points and counting, bitches. Bakugo exclaimed with a big, very excited and somewhat unhinged smile. While with his strong explosions, he defeated several 3-pointers that wanted to surround him. Die damn you! Datsuki shouted, full of adrenaline and emotion, while he looked at the sky and clenched his fists, drawing the attention of more robots and causing a little fear in the aspirants who saw him, thinking he was a wild beast. In Field B. Back on Battlefield B, you could see how the challengers managed to destroy the robots with their quirks, and some managed to save others who were going to be attacked unexpectedly. In the background, a blonde man could be seen shooting plasma beams from a device located above his navel, while seemingly saying a few words in French, and making strange poses as if he were showing off. The brunette girl who helped Asuki, somewhat tired, touched the robots with the palm of her hands, causing them to rise in the air until they reached a certain height, and released them by putting her hands together again. Then the robots fell to the ground to crash and then explode. I have 28 stitches, the girl said in a broken voice, taking a few deep breaths, showing how tired she was. Then she moved again, looking for more robots to fight. On the other hand, the boy with glasses who spoke to Izuku was moving at high speeds due to exhaust pipes coming out of his calves, also allowing him to kick the robots hard, destroying them and causing them to explode. Minus 46 points. Exclaimed the boy, seriously keeping track of how many points he had, and then continued running quickly to help the blonde boy with a naval laser, who seemed to have a stomachache, and was being surrounded by several robots. While all this was happening on the various fields, in a room, several figures were monitoring the contestants through a large number of cameras. These figures were the UA Academy faculty, who were sitting around a table, attentively watching the students' performance. In the exam there are examiners who tell us how many villains there are and where, said the director of UA, called Nizu. His appearance seemed to be a small rat, bear, thing of small stature with white fur and an astute. In combat it is necessary to remain calm at all times to handle the situation well, said Principal Nizu with a smile while he watched with the other teachers and cameras as the boy with glasses and the blonde with the naval laser fought against the robots that wanted to surround them. Using your skills to recognize the environment and locate enemies are essential attributes to have an advantage in any situation. Nizu continued speaking calmly and looked at another camera where separately a boy with 6 arms appeared, watching the whole place locating enemies, while in another camera, there was a girl with punk clothing using her quirk against the ground to locate other robots. Agility and instinct are also great factors that can be used in a variety of ways. The director continued speaking, watching other cameras as Toga and Katsuki defeated their enemies with skill and speed as if they were moving by pure instinct. Then the principal and the rest of the teachers turned their eyes to one of the monitors where they could see how Izuku used his ice quirk to pierce through several robots while releasing several red beams of electricity that pierced to immobilized all the robots he was fighting. What? Exclaimed the principal and some other teachers, while others opened their eyes, showing surprise at such a young man who was presenting several quirks. Then Izuku and the camera flew towards another building while he had a defiant and excited smile on his face. That boy is showing too many quirks, said a teacher with a red suit and white hair with amazement and very surprised, while he placed both hands on the table and stood up from his seat following Izuku's movements through the cameras. Who is that boy? Asked another hero with a strange appearance as if he were covered in cement while he looked very intrigued and surprised. He and everyone else watched as the young green-haired man arrived at an alley where there were several three-point robots to throw a large amount of jet black fire flames at them from his left arm, destroying them with ease. But this fire caused a sleeve of his black sweatshirt to burn, leaving his strong arm and part of his left pectoral exposed. This is student number 9986 Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, a teacher with long black hair. Kami responded as he looked at the young man's identity on a list of applicants. Although he hid it, he was equally surprised by the green-haired boy's performance and the fact that he had such powerful quirks. What are your quirks? A teacher with an animal-like appearance asked, as if he were a beast. The black-haired teacher calmly reviewed Izuku's papers further before answering. I didn't put it there, he just wrote there are too many to write. The black-haired hero responded with a slight smile because he found what the green-haired man wrote funny. This response caused a blonde man in an oversized yellow suit and a woman in sexy clothing to laugh a little. He's wiping out most of the robots, the other participants will barely be able to defeat a few, said another surprised teacher dressed as a cowboy and with a mask covering his face. Hearing this, All Might, who had finished laughing, stood up from his seat with a big smile, drawing attention to himself. That's the reality of professional heroes, you have to make your way alone over the rest of the heroes, said the number one hero with his hands on his waist, while he watched as his student continued destroying robots and helping many who were in danger. That boy is definitely very promising, said a black-haired heroine with a slight somewhat mischievous smile as she watched closely as the young and attractive green-haired boy was helping a group that was being attacked with his arms, blades. Then it's time we make this test more difficult, said Nizu with a slight, somewhat evil smile, although not perceptible due to his hued animal face, while he pressed a large red button. After pressing that button, a tremor was felt throughout the battlefields because something had been activated, although to be more precise, 4 machines had been turned on, which would attract a lot of attention from all the aspirants. Back at the exam, there was a great tremor that caught the attention of all the candidates who were defeating the few remaining robots. Then, a large curtain of smoke rose, and they could see an immense robot all other than all the buildings destroying part of one, causing several pieces of debris to fall. All the young people saw this scared and amazed until one shouted, "The 0 points," causing everyone to start running away from the imposing robot that only sat in a loop. Imminent destruction, guaranteed death to scare the boys, and then give a big stomp that created a draft that caused several to almost fly away. Izuku watched this calmly with a cold gaze, wondering if it was worth it to waste a little time he had left of the test to fight against such an immense robot. But when he noticed that it began to destroy several buildings, causing their rubble to fall, threatening to crush some of the contestants, the green-haired boy quickly began to destroy said rubble with his eyes, with red rays, with black flames, and with his arms simply made of metal to save them all. Then the green-haired boy, when he saw that everyone was safe, flew away in the opposite direction from where the robot came from, then landed on the ground and started running until the sound stopped him. It came the scream of pain from a girl behind him, causing him to slowly turn his gaze to see what caused the sound. When he looked closely, he saw the brunette girl who had helped him, trying to remove a large piece of debris from her foot with great effort. "Help! Help me please," the girl asked in fear, fearing for her life while she tried to remove the debris with her quirk, but her tiredness prevented her from doing so. The green-haired man, with a very serious look and purely instinctively clenching his fists, began to run toward the large robot to save the girl who needed help. He quickly passed by the black-haired man with glasses who was running away from the robot, causing the latter to stop, somewhat confused. What does he plan to do? The boy with glasses wondered, very confused and quite intrigued, while he turned his gaze to see how the green-haired boy, with determination in his gaze, ran towards the intimidating and immense robot. Being relatively close, he saw how the robot was about to step on the girl. So he threw an immobilized ring towards the robot's foot, stopping it in its tracks, surprising the girl and the rest of the people who saw it. There is no advantage or merit in defeating the 0-point villain, All Might said with a big smile and in a happy manner while he, along with the other teachers, looked closely at the green-haired boy. Then Izuku bent down, activating one for all in his legs, gaining momentum and then jumping with great force, causing a crater in the ground, before shooting out at high speed in the direction of the large robot. Phew-whoosh. It was the sound that was produced by the speed with which Izuku shot towards the large robot. Then, in the air, he brought his right arm together to clench his fist with great force, and thus fully charge it with one for all, causing the sleeve covering his arm to be completely destroyed from so much power, revealing his arm with that characteristic appearance with green lightning. Then in the air he remembered some words from his master, All Might. When you use one for all, shout from the depths of your soul and with determination, to unleash all your power with a few words. Izuku remembered during the flight towards the face of the great robot. Phew-whoosh. It was the sound of jet black flames engulfing Izuku's arm as he gritted his teeth tightly. Shoo-um. That was what was heard when crimson-red rays emanated from the green-haired man's arm, which, along with the black flames, left a very impressive trail behind the young man. Then the green-haired man took a deep breath to take care from the bottom of his being, showing that he truly wanted to save the girl. But that presents the opportunity to shine brightly and rise to the surface for everyone to see. All Might exclaimed, burning with emotion and in an inspiring manner, while every moment he saw his student demonstrate so much power, he became even happier. Totally smyosh. Poo. That was the sound of the colossal impact, as Izuku's fist met the robot's face as Izuku punched him upwards. Immediately afterwards, the giant robot's head caved in from the strong impact and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight, detaching itself from its body and shooting into the cloudy sky, forcibly causing it to clear. Everyone, including the pro-heroes, stood with their jaws hanging open and their eyes wide as they stared at the headless body of the giant robot. All Might, for his part, was pleasantly surprised while maintaining a big dazzling smile of pride. But things didn't end there because Izuku was still propelled upwards in the air by the amount of momentum he gained, thus reaching a height high enough to see that far away outside the limits of Field B were the other three cities. Izuku had an idea at this, and with an excited smile, he closed his eyes to open them later, but they looked different. They didn't have any normal eye characteristics and were just eyeballs with what appeared to be stars inside, something like having the galactic cosmos inside his eyeballs. He quickly activated his quirk to visualize how in Cities A, said there were other 0-point robots making a fuss and about to harm several aspirants. At this he smiled defiantly to charge his two fists in the air, to use pulse at full power being backed up with one for all first, directing his two fists in two different directions, pointing to City's aid, then joining both arms at his waist charging them, and then giving a super air pulse with both fists together in the direction of City C, which was the closest. The three pulses shot out at high speed in those three directions, causing the sky to clear wherever they passed and the power of the wind to be felt, threatening to sweep away everything in its path. In Field A, Katsuki, in Field A, was defeating several 3-point robots, only to see a large 0-point robot approaching him. Apparently, that robot appeared on the other side of the city, and it took its time to reach Katsuki, who attracted the attention of all the robots, due to his danger level. That's it, come to me, bastard. The blonde exclaimed with excitement and a big wild, aggressive smile directed at the big robot that might be able to present him with a challenge. Near the robot were several aspirants fleeing from the debris that the robot caused, but indulging it they were very slow, and the big robot was about to step on them hard until flush. They received a strong blast of air from Field B that caused his head to be pierced. And he fell sideways against a building, not hurting anyone. What the hell? Katsuki exclaimed with his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw. Out of nowhere, a strong blast of air had knocked down the large robot right in front of him. Out of nowhere, he remembered the events with a mud villain, and how Izuku landed a punch that caused a strong current of air. Was this Deku? Impossible. Katsuki gritting his teeth and with a lot of frustration while he saw how all the boys looked at the defeated robot, confused but grateful to whoever had defeated him. In Field D, things weren't exactly calm on Field D, as several challengers battled the zero-pointer with their striking quirks, unable to defeat him. A boy with a crow's head and a strange shadow creature emerging from his back tried to destroy his feet, but he was very resilient. The blonde boy who controlled electricity was walking around with a foolish face, because he used his quirk a lot against the large robot, without achieving any results. Another boy was one with red hair who had hardened his arms, only helped the girls escape from the debris caused by the large robot. Toga, for her part, was no fool to face that with simple knives, so she stayed on a rooftop at a safe distance, while she watched everyone fight against the immense robot. Then the blonde noticed that the robotic villain was walking towards a girl with pink hair and skin, who had been cornered between several pieces of rubble, and was quickly trying to free herself from the thick debris with her acid. Toga, moving at high speed and on pure instinct, was already jumping from rooftop to quickly reach the pink-haired girl. She didn't remember ever feeling that feeling inside or that drove her to save other people, but she just obeyed, feeling it was what she had to do. "I'll help you," Toga exclaimed decisively, her expression serious as she stood in front of the girl, trying to lift the immense building debris that held her captive. The girl was surprised to see the blonde helping her, but it was still too risky for her. "Run away quickly before I crush you too," the pink-skinned girl exclaimed with concern and fear, as she tried to release more acid to melt the debris. Toga ignored her and continued trying to free her, but she wasn't strong enough to lift such a mess. The foot of the big robot was getting closer, and Toga was more afraid of not being able to help the pink-haired girl than of fearing for her life, so she just stopped to extend her arms, with the intention of stopping the footsteps of the big robot, which was completely crazy, and she already knew it. Now she thought she was the fool, but she still didn't regret it. "I won't leave you here," she exclaimed forcefully, her eyes closed. The pink-haired girl felt deeply moved, but then she feared for the safety of the blonde who wanted to help her. Then they both closed their eyes, waiting for the end until the large robot received a powerful blow from a current of air that hit it head-on, causing it to fall backward with its face dented, sunken, and somewhat detached from its body, causing all the aspirants there to be greatly surprised. Out of nowhere, a huge gust of wind comes and knocks out the robot they've been trying so hard to bring down. The pink-haired girl and Toga smile, seeing this, then sigh in relief at being safe. "Wow, you even managed to get here," Toga exclaimed happily and with a big smile, while she followed with her eyes the trail of clear clouds, where the pulse came from, knowing that it was Izuku who saved her with his quirk pulse. And the vision won. "You're amazing, Izuku. Come," Toga thought, very grateful and happy to have the green-haired boy covering her back even if they were so far apart. Then she calmly helped the pink-haired girl out, talking to her and getting along very well, so that later in the little time that remained they could fight as a team. In Field C, Bert's part, in City C, the chaos that the 0 points was causing was a catastrophe, because several aspirants were being cornered against the limits of the city, while they fought against an immense amount of robots, and the 0 points was approaching imposingly. A small boy with purple hair was visible, crying and pleading for his life, while curled up in a fetal position on the ground. There was also a black-haired boy pulling out bands from his elbows, trying to immobilize the enemies and flee, but it was useless when there were so many of them. A girl with frog-like features and large eyes could also be seen, who, using her tongue and jumping, helped as much as she could to defeat the numerous robots before the score reached 0. It was not possible for them to leave that place, and they could only hope that someone with an advantageous quirk would support them to escape, but as in the other two cities, the large robot received a very powerful blow to the head from behind, causing his head to detach from his body, and due to his height, he surpassed the limits of the city, falling into the area outside where there was nothing. The immense amount of air caused all the robots to fly against the walls, exploding upon impact, while the aspirants hid in alleys to avoid being blown away by such powerful air pressure. Whoever had helped them was incredibly powerful enough to defeat such a massive machine with air pressure alone. But what none of the challengers in either city knew was that the same thing had happened in the others. Back at Field B. Returning to the moment where Izuku gave his pulse blows, the green-haired boy with speed lowered himself using his quirk flight to reach the ground as quickly as possible to freeze the headless body of the 0 points, so that it would not fall on the brown-haired girl who was with her mouth open, very surprised. He beat the 0 points with one hit, explained an extremely surprised contestant while he fell on his butt, pointing at the green-haired man who descended to the ground, breathing deeply and seeming to smile. "He's a monster, I wouldn't want to fight him," said another boy with some fear in his tone while he hugged himself, wishing to never fight the green-haired boy. "How come he has multiple quirks?" a girl asked, very intrigued, despite a surprise. After all, no one had ever met someone who displayed more than one quirk in society. No one the public and civil society knew, either. Meanwhile, in the test monitoring room, all the heroes, teachers were completely shocked and astonished by what they had witnessed. The green-haired man with multiple quirks not only managed to defeat the 0-pointer, but he defeated them all. This has never happened before, all 4 0 points have been defeated," Snipe exclaimed, very surprised, from under his mask. "I'm just as surprised as you," the black-haired heroine said with a wide smile, mesmerized by the green-haired man's strong arms exposed through his ripped sweater. Although she was amazed by the green-haired man's power, she was more interested in the young man's attractive appearance. "You're amazing, young materia, you impress me more and more every time," All Might thought with great emotion and pride directed towards his student. He knew he could beat the 0 points if he set his mind to it, but doing it the way he did, and also defeating them all, was abysmally exceeding his expectations. "That is the act of self-sacrifice that every hero must present, ha ha ha," exclaims All Might, unable to contain all the emotion he was holding back, causing him to then start laughing out loud while radiating energy and spirit, receiving support from the other teachers who thought the same. "Incredible, how is it that?" said the long-haired black-haired hero in surprise, wondering how that green-haired boy could be so strong and then stare at his papers, with the intention of investigating the boy further. In Field B, everyone watched in astonishment at the green-haired boy. Having barely recovered from the exhaustion he felt from expending so much energy on his powerful attacks, he went to help the brunette, who, due to the strong blow Izuku gave, was freed from the rubble that was holding her. But she was still on the ground, watching in surprise as the green-haired boy, who was her savior, her hero, approached. "The test is over, yeah," Present Mick exclaimed with joy and a lot of emotion, letting out all the surprise in that shout of encouragement that was mainly directed at the green-haired boy who had put on quite a show. "Yeah. Oh my god. Thank God he's safe down. I think I overdid it with the totally smash." The green-haired boy thought, incredibly relieved while he felt how with every step he took his eyes hurt violently from using too much perfect cube and the vision quirk. His arms and legs that he overloaded with 100% of one for all were stiff, and it was lucky that he could still move them without having waited a few minutes. There was also the extreme fatigue from using frost excessively, which had him truly exhausted and on the verge of fainting. Adding to this was the burning sensation from using his fire flames excessively, and the various spasms he felt from overusing the red rays. Ultimately, while it was amazing to use several different quirks at the same time, it was incredibly detrimental to him. If he didn't have a healing and regeneration quirk, he might already be dead from the sheer number of repercussions his body is exposed to. "Hello again, are you okay? Let me help you," Izuku said with a kind smile as he approached a brunette, ignoring all the suffering he was feeling. The girl smiled in response, somewhat happy and nervous, but above all, grateful. Thank you so much, why you were amazing. Ow. The girl responded with a somewhat stuttering voice at first as she tried to stand up, but was interrupted by her scream caused by the incredible pain in her foot, causing her to lose balance and almost fall to the ground, but Izuku hurried and held her, preventing her from reaching the floor. Calm down, I'll get you checked out, the green-haired man said with a kind calm smile filled with warmth and concern, as he stared intently at the girl. Then he carried her bridal style with his arms bare. Thank you. The brunette thanked with nerves and a somewhat strong blush. While she was somewhat embarrassed to be carried like that, in addition to feeling the green-haired man's strong arms. Why were you suddenly sick and weak? Izuku asked with some intrigue as he walked towards the group of aspirants who seemed to be resting after the exhausting test. Well, it's the side effect of my quirk, when I use it a lot and overexert myself it causes me nausea. The girl answered with some embarrassment for talking about such an embarrassing repercussion that a quirk had. I understand you very well, Izuku thought. With tiredness and fatigue, knowing better than anyone how annoying the repercussions of a quirk. Anyway, thanks. The brunette thanked him again with a cute smile directed at the green-haired boy, and then fell silent because she didn't know the boy's name. Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure to meet you. The green-haired boy introduced himself with a big smile, while improving the grip with which he held the girl to also leave a silence. My name is Yuyuraka Chako. The now recognized Yuyuraka finally introduced herself with a slightly nervous tone and then returned her hero's smile. Nice to meet you, Yuyuraka. Izuku said with excitement. And a bright smile that left Yuyuraka hypnotized for a few seconds until she woke up from her trance. Likewise, Izuku-kun. Yuyuraka responded with the same excitement as the green-haired boy, while they were already arriving with a group of applicants from Group B, who saw the green-haired boy surprised and amazed, whispering compliments and comments of their amazement. Didn't they realize? He did it to save her, thought the boy with glasses looking at the green-haired boy holding a Chako. Even so, I didn't go to save her. Surely if I wasn't in an exam I would have, thought the black-haired boy with some frustration, while clenching his fists, thinking that he was running away, while the green-haired boy seemed determined to save her. But if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's, whether it was an exam or not, he would have done it no matter how many times it took, the black-haired man said to himself with a slight smile, because that was made very clear to him, when for a fraction of a second he noticed Izuku's intense gaze. Good work, everyone. Congratulations, a short elderly woman, who was holding on to a syringe-shaped cane. Her outfit consisted of black pants, a blouse tied in the middle, with a belt, and a lab coat. Her hair was tied back in a mesh net and adorned with a syringe. She's Yuyur's backbone, she's nurse recovery girl. Exclaimed the blonde boy with an avolacer, while pointing it at the little old lady who was passing from boy to boy, healing them with a kiss, and then giving them candy. You did amazing, kid, congratulated the old recovery girl with a kind smile as she stood in front of the tall green-haired man who was gently putting your rocket down. Thank you, but could you heal her quickly please? Izuku asked with courtesy and respect in his voice while smiling at your recovery girl. Uik. The old woman kissed Yuraka on the arm just because, causing a small pink aura to envelop the brunette, causing her to appear healthier and less tired and dizzy. I feel better now. Yuraka exclaimed happily, as she could now move her feet without any pain in her ankle, and almost no longer felt dizzy. The green-haired boy smiled at Yuraka and nodded, feeling very relieved that she was okay. Is anyone else hurt? Recovery girl asked gently, checking to see if anyone else needed healing. The truth is, what was on her mind was the amazing display put on by the green-haired boy, who had the makings of a hero no matter what. How did Toga do? Izuku wondered with some curiosity as he turned his gaze in the direction of the city. He knew that his friend must have done excellent, but he still wanted to know how she did and how she felt. Although surely the blonde wouldn't stop talking about it, so sooner or later he would find out every detail. 1 week later. A week passed since the practical exam and Toga and Izuku spent their time as usual, as if nothing had happened. They didn't have many worries and only mentioned what they did during the tests in great detail, due to Toga's insistence. Now Izuku was on the living room couch reading a manga about pirates and power-up fruits, while Toga went to the door to answer whoever had rung the bell seconds before. Izuku! Toga! Exclaimed from the doorway of the house loudly, causing the alerted green-haired boy to quickly jump off the couch and quickly arrive at her side after a short run. What happened, Toga? Izuku asked, very worried about his friend, to see her with a big smile, while holding a package in an envelope that had UA's insignia. They just arrived from UA. Toga responded with great excitement, while jumping around very happily and with high expectations, hoping to have entered. The green-haired boy opens his eyes in surprise, and a smile also appears on his face. Then, with a blonde, they go to the sofa to open the things that have been waiting for a week. Why is it that you only received one letter? Izuku asked with some intrigue as he noticed that detail. It was strange the fact that they would notify him in different ways, but Toga, without caring much, with a smile, shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea, but what I do know is that I'll open it first. Toga exclaimed very happily and with a lot of emotion that was perceptible from afar. Izuku smiled happily seeing his friend like that, and then saw how Toga opened the envelope to read it carefully with a big smile on her face. I got in. The blonde said in a whisper to herself that Izuku hurt. It was as if she was convincing herself of the wonderful news. She had managed to get into the best hero school in all of Japan. I came in, yes. Toga exclaimed happily and excitedly, quickly getting up from the sofa and starting to jump for joy, stretching her hands in the air with the envelope still in her hands. I'm happy for you, Toga. Izuku congratulated with joy and a big smile, very happy for his best friend, who for many months had been eager to enter UA and now had achieved it, making it clear that all her efforts paid off. The green-haired man then looked at his package to carefully unwrap it. Once finished, it was revealed that inside was a disc with a sphere in the middle, appearing to be something like those experimental holograms that were coming out recently. Now, is this a hologram or something? The green-haired man said, somewhat confused by the disc's true function as he stood up from his seat to turn off the lights. He then calmly placed a disc on the table, while a very excited Toga went to her room to hang the letter on one of her walls. The device, the moment Izuku touched its center, let out a projection that appeared in front of Izuku. I'm here in a hologram surprising you. All Might exclaimed with a big smile while he was dressed in a yellow-striped business suit, to Izuku's surprise, who didn't expect that at all. All Might. What are you doing there? What is this exactly? Izuku bombarded questions without understanding how his teacher was in a hologram sent by UA. Until he used that brilliant detective brain of his to solve the mystery. If he hadn't spoken to All Might for weeks, it was because the hero could very well be settling in the city to somehow become a member of UA, most likely as a teacher, and that is why he would appear in the hologram exclusively for him. Sorry I couldn't get in touch with you sooner, young Midoriya. I was just moving to the city to be a teacher at UA. All Might said calmly, as he looked at his student, who mentally said to himself, it was elementary, my dear Watson, while nodding with a satisfied smile. Okay, let's get to the really good stuff, I'm sure you like it, commented the number one hero with noticeable emotion for Izuku, who paid attention calmly. Because now his teacher would tell him what he has been waiting for a week. In the written exam, you came in first, with the highest score by about 3 points. The blonde announced happily, applauding his student who came in just above another very intelligent student named Yo Orosu. I didn't expect him to finish first. It was probably just luck, the green-haired boy replied, calmly, smiling slightly, embarrassed because he truly thought he got his spot by pure luck. His humility could really be annoying when he doesn't realize all the good he's doing. Putting aside your modesty, in the practical exam with your incredible performance, you obtained 146 villain points, being the one with the highest score of all. All Might exclaimed with great pride while behind him a lot of streamers and a background sound of trumpets appeared, causing Izuku's heart to slowly tighten while a trembling smile appeared on his face. I did it, I really did it, the green-haired boy said to himself with great happiness, while little by little, he remembered all the insults that told him that he could never be a hero and that he should give up. But wait until I finish talking because this gets better. Now I want you to watch this video, said All Might with emotion and his tone attracting the attention of his green-haired student and then putting a video on the hologram to then play it. Excuse me, Edo, I have something to tell you, said Uraka, trying to say something to a hero who, from what little of his clothing is seen, it would seem to be present. Mick. Uraka. Izuku asked, confused and intrigued by the girl's presence in the video that All Might was showing him. She came after the exam to negotiate with us about something, All Might replied happily, as he enlarged the video. Could the tall green-haired boy with freckles be given some of my points? Uraka asked somewhat shyly while she had her hands clasped in supplication as she looked at present Mick. This surprised Izuku, who hadn't expected the brunette to suggest such a thing. After all, what did he do to deserve her kindness? Was the question the green-haired man asked himself. He is a very kind boy who really deserves to enter the academy. If it weren't for him I don't know if I would even be here, he saved me when I needed help. So please, Uraka said with feeling and conviction, and then just lowered her gaze whispering, I want him to get in, he deserves it. And then the video was paused. At this Izuku felt his heart race at times, and he was happy for Uraka's intentions. Because of your heroic actions you caused others to act, the entrance exam does not only take into account the villain points. All Might said with joy and calm while the video image disappeared, leaving All Might alone in front of a red curtain. You don't think a school would reject those who do good and show what it means to be a hero, do you? The blonde asked, with emotion and a bright smile while he watched Izuku slowly open his eyes at the moving and meaningful words of his teacher, whom he saw as a father in some way. You know very well, just like I do, that a hero is not only someone who fights against villains, but also risks his own life to save the innocent who need help. All Might exclaimed happily while clenching a fist in front of him in an inspiring way, causing the green-haired boy to remember the time he protected a child from the abuse of Kaken and his friends. For this reason, even if you hadn't defeated any villains, you would have been approved thanks to the rescue points that are given by the UA staff itself, continued the hero with joy, remembering how all the teachers gave their great first impression of their green-haired student, of whom he was incredibly proud. Because you saved many students from the common robots and managed to save many by defeating the 4 of 0 points, you managed to obtain a score of 170 hero points, something that had never been seen before in UA. Announced the number 1 hero with great joy and happiness while behind him, the score list appeared where he appeared in first place, while the rest did not look good because of All Might's large body. Really? I didn't expect them to give so many points for defeating them. Anyway, I only did it to help the other contestants, not to earn points. The green-haired boy responded, trying to stay calm, even though inside he was softening a lot at living the moment he had been waiting for since he was little, and that his mother would surely have wanted to witness. And that is something that I applaud you for with great pride, young materia, you managed to get in with your effort, said All Might while applauding with great energy to the green-haired boy who, with each passing moment felt his smile tremble and his eyes moisten a little. And in case you're interested, Himiko Toga's 70 villain points and 30 rescue points. Uraka Acheko 47 villain points. Announced the number 1 hero, knowing that his student was possibly curious to know the score of both girls. The green-haired boy, seeing Toga's 30 rescue points, remembered when she told him about trying to save a girl who, if he remembers correctly, was named Mina Shido. You all passed, young materia, exclaimed the hero happily, extending both hands to Izuku while behind him confetti streamers and a great light illuminated the number 1 hero, causing the moment to be more moving. Then All Might slowly but with a cheerful smile extended his hand to the screen, as if offering it to Izuku. Now come boy, said the hero with a calm voice, causing some tears to fall down the green-haired boy's cheeks. This is your hero academy," exclaimed Izuku's favorite hero, welcoming him to the academy he had wanted to enter for many years. "Mom, I really did it. I managed to get into UA." The green-haired boy thought to himself as he looked down, wiping his tears with his shirt, imagining how happy his mom would be to find out that now he could fulfill his dream. Imagining her with a big smile while tears fell down her cheeks, proud of her son, was devastating. Thinking that she could see him off on the first day of school just like she had done all his life was the green-haired boy's dream, but now what mattered was moving forward. Not just for him, but for his teacher, the former one for all wielders, all the innocent Toga, and of course his mother, who wanted him to move forward with a big smile. "Yes, and say," Izuku exclaimed in response while smiling like he hadn't done in a long time. His big smile full of joy and feelings made the hero very happy, who after saying goodbye with his hand, turned off the hologram, leaving Izuku on the couch, still maintaining his smile from the depths of his soul. Toga returned to the room to find Izuku with red eyes and a happy peaceful smile. She didn't ask anything because it was obvious he was accepted too, and as long as he was happy, there was no need to ask questions. Chapter 5. Interesting first day in UA. Normal path. One day after the entrance exam. The day after UA's entrance exam, the teachers were gathered around the score list of the students who had entered the hero class. The list was organized from highest to lowest, showing both villain and rescue points. This year's group was very promising. To think that Baku boy managed to get to second place with only villain points is very surprising. I'm entered. One of the teachers noticeably surprised that the ash blonde, who caused such a scandal in Group A, had managed to make his way to second place with 120 villain points and none of rescue points with his wild and skillful way of fighting. Apparently all the robots in the area were heading straight for him because they labeled him as the biggest danger, commented another teacher in cowboy attire while reading the report given by the support class that built the robots. That's interesting. He also used his explosions to redirect himself in the air and finish off the robots. His position is due to his great tenacity and pure skill, commented another teacher with white hair and a mostly red hero suit while he kept looking with his arms crossed and a stoic look at the images of Katsuki while he fought. "Now how about we talk about first place again?" the black-haired sexy-clad teacher said with a slight smile as she looked at the image of the boy who occupied first place on the list. It was Izuku Midoriya with 146 villain points and 170 rescue points, crowning himself the most promising of all. Well, leaving aside the surprising fact that he possesses an unknown amount of quirk, the truth is that he was very good. He controlled his fights very well, and in different ways he destroyed and neutralized the robots, said the teacher dressed as a cowboy with a good image of the green-haired man who managed to perform too well during the exam. There's also the fact that whenever he saw someone in potential danger he would help them even if it meant going out of his way to destroy the robots, said an astronaut-like hero with pride in his tone because he valued the boy who focused a lot on saving the other participants or at least lightening their load. "There's no one else intrigued by the fact that I have so many quirks?" a beastly-looking professor asked intriguedly while standing with his hands on the table because he seemed to be the only one curious about the subject. "Of course we're interested, but we're still not going to find out anything if we theorize. Let's just accept it and continue," answered a tall man with long unkempt black hair with some hairs hanging in front of his face. He appeared to be over 30 years old. He had noticeable dark circles under his eyes, a small beard and mustache, and wore a completely black outfit consisting of a long sleeved shirt and pants of the same color with a belt that had various tools attached to it, gray ribbons around his neck like scarves, accompanied by yellow glasses with slits that allowed him to see. It is noteworthy that he can apparently combine his quirks, highlighting that blow he gave to the 0 points in Area B Amliop into Professor with a strange appearance who even seemed to be covered in cement, although that was only the manifestation of his quirk. He pointed to a screen that showed in detail how Izuku took off from the ground at high speed to break his sleeve, released jet black fire and crimson rays, and then hit 0 points, causing his head to come off from the impact. And the cameras could hardly see how he caused those shock waves in the air that were directed at the other 0 points, so we don't know if he also used another quirk, said the white-haired hero with a slight grimace of annoyance when he saw that Izuku's image in the sky was barely visible. After all this, he looked very tired and noticeably affected when he went down to freeze the body of the 0 points and save your Rakachako. Lamented the hero in cowboy clothes while watching a screen where Izuku is shown freezing the body of the 0 points and then helping your Raka and carrying her. It's normal, after all, he wasn't just overdoing it with one quirk, but he was pushing himself to the limit with several simultaneously. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up crippled or in Akama after doing everything he did. Recovery Girl calmly replied from her seat, emphasizing the fact of Izuku's overexertion. The other heroes agreed because they had all witnessed urban victims of the strong repercussions that several quirks have on the user. He probably also has a regenerative quirk to counteract the repercussions of his quirks as much as possible, otherwise I can't explain how he was able to stay standing. Present Mick said with a smile as he relaxed in his seat and calmly put his feet up on the table. All these heroes, teachers were talking at a conference table while in front of a large, wall-sized window that gave a great view of Japan, was Principal Nizu with his back to everyone with a smile on his face. Dealing with this group will definitely be very interesting, the little principal said with a smile, having that feeling. Meanwhile, the black-haired man with a sleepy aura was carefully looking at Izuku's legal information and that of the other participants who managed to enter the academy. After all, they would be his students. On the beach at night. At night on the same beach where Izuku was trained by All Might, the number 1 hero himself was standing waiting for his green-haired student to arrive. Despite it being night, the area was well lit. The hero was in his true form to go unnoticed by the people walking by, after all, after the exhaustive cleaning that Izuku gave him. There were no traces of garbage and now people came to the place more. After a few minutes, Izuku approached dressed in casual clothes consisting of a loose dark green t-shirt, black jeans, and his black military-style boots. "Hello, sensei," Izuku greeted with a slight, calm smile as he waved to his teacher, who had contacted him to meet and talk. He also warned him on the phone that in public he should only call him sensei or by his real name, Tashinarayagi, although Izuku thought it was better to call him sensei. "Hello, young Midoriya, congratulations on entering you a young Midoriya." All Might congratulated with a smile after having returned the greeting to Izuku. Then, when they were in front of each other, they bumped fists with confidence because they had gotten into the habit of greeting each other that way. "Thank you, we can finally see each other again, sensei." The green-haired boy responded with a serene and happy expression. He hadn't had contact with All Might for weeks, and the truth is that he missed talking to him. In a certain way, he was the person he trusted the most, not counting Toga. "I'm sorry I couldn't get in touch with you sooner, young Midoriya," the hero apologized, scratching the back of his neck, somewhat embarrassed for having kept out of touch with his student. After all, he must have been wondering what happened to him. "Don't worry about that, All Might, I'm glad you've become UA's teacher," Izuku said calmly and with a slight smile, while he looked at his blonde teacher. Then for a moment the green-haired man looked up at the moon that was illuminating the beach with silver light. It's not All Might's fault that he had important things to do. After all, being the number 1 hero, and having to move to be a teacher, could have taken up a lot of his time, plus he had to prevent rumors from spreading about his new job as UA's teacher. "I hope you don't think you were first thanks to me. I wasn't on the jury if you think you cheated," All Might clarified with a slight smile as he looked at his student, who turned to look at him. Upon hearing him, "I thought so, thanks anyway. Maybe it was a bit of a cheat being trained by All Might himself, but if it weren't for you I wouldn't have improved so much." The green-haired boy thanked with his eyes closed and a slight smile, while he nostalgically remembered the moment when he gave them a villain to All Might, when they talked on the rooftop, or when All Might gave him one for all, after Izuku saved Bakugo from the villain. "What are you talking about, young Materia? You were already incredible before and you could have entered UA, I didn't do much for you," said All Might with a big proud smile from the green-haired boy, while he held his shoulder trying to make him more confident in himself. but it was thanks to you training me that I managed to improve my control over one for all, and I was able to combine it with several quirks. Izuku said, showing gratitude in his words while smiling calmly at the number one hero. But without his help, he probably wouldn't have grown more as a person and gotten stronger thanks to the hellish training. His teacher was the closest thing he ever had to a father if he had to put it into words. Then All Might changed his happy expression to a more serious and somewhat dejected one, while this time with both hands he held Izuku, which caused Izuku to be surprised by All Might's sudden change in behavior and pay attention to him. This quirk is only yours now, young materia. All the effort you make will be reflected in your power. And little by little this torch that I pass you, or would it be more correct to call it bone fire, will begin to shine more intensely in the darkness. All Might began to speak with complete seriousness, while looking into Izuku's eyes. Izuku calmly just kept silent to continue listening to what All Might had to say. And so little by little my flame will go out until only embers remain, and I will go out completely. At that moment I will no longer be necessary and I will disappear. Finished speaking the symbol of peace while the moonlight was reflected on one side of the faces of both, All Might with his serious face and Izuku with his calm and attentive expression. You get very deep sometimes, All Might, but if your metaphor were true I'm afraid you're wrong. Izuku said with a sideways smile while placing a hand on his teacher's skinny shoulder, which surprises and confuses All Might, and he makes an intrigued gesture. Even if my fire increases its intensity, I will not let other flames go out, the more the better, and if necessary I will provide you with heat so that you shine more intensely with me. Together we will save them all, continued Izuku with a look full of conviction and security, as if he was determined to fulfill what he said. All Might, for his part, hearing his student's words, felt a lump in his throat, and simply felt frustrated with himself. Oh young Midoriya, if only you knew. If only I told you. The number one hero thought with difficulty, because it was almost impossible for him to spit out the words he wanted to Izuku. After a few seconds of silence, All Might this time had a large and striking face of happiness and joy, and then in a matter of seconds, he'd spelled a large amount of smoke that when it cleared, revealed him in his muscular form with his characteristic dazzling smile. That was great young Midoriya, you really sound like a hero, exclaimed the symbol of peace with joy while looking proudly at the green-haired young man, who, despite being only a 15-year-old boy, spoke like a true professional hero. Look, it's All Might, said an ordinary man from the distance, completely surprised and excited. All Might regretted getting excited because he had forgotten about the couple who were also on the beach. Damn, run young Midoriya, said All Might with his characteristic smile and then started jogging in another direction, followed by Izuku who laughed a little because he found the comical interruption funny. Always remember this, your light will increase by clearing the darkness, but eventually it will find a way to come back stronger, so be prepared and always surpass your limits young Midoriya, exclaimed All Might in an inspiring and convincing way while he watched his green-haired student next to him looking at him with a slight smile on his side. Of course. Sensei, Izuku replied with a slight smile as he continued running beside his teacher. Then he got very hungry, and a very convenient idea came to him. Now what do you think about racing to a nearby place that sells delicious cats in it? The green-haired student proposed, with a calm smile as he watched his teacher waiting for an answer. Sure, can you keep up with me, kid? Asked the number one hero with a challenging smile as he started to go faster, but his green-haired student wasn't far behind and caught up with him to tell him. You betcha, he said with an equally challenging smile, then began to fly with flight in Superman position while propelling himself with pulse to gain more speed. All Might smiled at this, and gained momentum before taking a great leap to match his student's height. Then both began their race towards the venue, Izuku flying with flight and propelling himself with pulse, occasionally also moving with one for all, once his flight limit approached. All Might, for his part, with great leaps from rooftop to rooftop, moved without problem. But the important thing was to reach the post, before using up more time of his muscular form. At the local half an hour later. After a very close race where Uku ended up winning by half a meter, both had already arrived at the place Izuku was talking about, which was truly luxurious and attractive due to its aesthetics. The establishment was called Paradise. Inside, there were several luxurious dark brown wooden tables with comfortable red cushioned seats. On one side was a completely white bar, which had several matching black stools in front of it. Behind the bar, you could see various drinks, sodas, juices, cocktails, and more. You could also see the door and window leading to the kitchen, which, even without entering, was clearly modern and immaculately designed. Behind the bar stood a young man with long, black hair streaked with red, that reached the middle of his back, and was tied back in a ponytail. He was dressed like a bartender, wearing a white shirt rolled up to the elbows, a fitted black jacket that showed off his strong torso, elegant black pants, and black leather shoes. He had some rather strange black chains on his right wrist, pale skin, red eyes, and detailed somewhat soft facial features. He was drawing a porcelain plate with a white towel, and when he saw All Might and Izuku, he went to serve them with a friendly smile. They both ordered their cats in dishes a few minutes ago. It seemed like only that man was in the place, and according to Izuku, he was the owner, and the only time he'd been there, everything was the same. Now the owner approached with both dishes in his hands to place them on Izuku and All Might's table. "Enjoy," said the owner with a slight smile before leaving Izuku and All Might with their dishes. Once they each joined their hands to say Ida de Kimasu, they took their first taste of the delicious dish. All Might became excited and delighted with the amazing flavor of the food. "They are really good," All Might exclaimed, very surprised and with his eyes wide open as he looked perplexed at the succulent dish that looked fresh and delicious. "I told you, Toga and I ate here the other day, and I knew I had to bring you too," Izuku said with a slight smile as he looked at his teacher after having digested some of his katsudan. "Speaking of young Himiko, how are things with her?" All Might asked curiously and with a slight smile as he looked at his green-haired student. Then he took another bit of katsudan to put it in his mouth, and once again delight in the flavor. "If you're referring to how she's been behaving, well, normal, she's always causing arakas and is lively," Izuku replied with a somewhat confused frown at his teacher's question. Then the green-haired boy took a sip of katsudan, while watching images of all the times he had fun with Toga. "That's not what I meant, young Midoriya," the blonde clarified with a slight smile as he looked closely at Izuku, as if waiting for another answer. After a few seconds, Izuku became a little nervous, and a very slight blush appeared on his cheeks as he looked away. "We don't have that kind of relationship, we're just friends, don't misunderstand, just because we live together," the green-haired boy answered, maintaining a calm expression as best he could, while his slight blush was still evident. "I meant how she's handling being accepted into UA, what did you think?" All Might clarified, his expression slightly confused by his student's strange response. Hearing this, Izuku sighed heavily and with some relief. "Forget it. The truth is that she's been very excited and happy, not to mention anxious to be able to start classes right away. I completely understand her," the green-haired man responded, with a slight cheerful smile as he stared at his plate of katsudan. All Might smiled back upon hearing this, and then signaled the two-colored owner to bring her a drink, to which the man answered with a slight smile. "I'm glad, young Midoriya. Now let's talk about your quirks. Could you tell me about the black fire one, the red lightning one, and the one from your clones?" asked a peace symbol with a calm face while looking at his student, who upon hearing him, turned to look at him while chewing a bit of katsudan he had in his mouth. Seconds later the owner left All Might's strength next to him, to which the blonde responded with a thank you. "Well, Inferno allows me to create and manipulate jet black flames at will. They cannot be extinguished by anything except me," the green-haired man began to explain calmly and serenely while he put aside his katsudan to look at All Might. "When I go too far I lose a little control of my flames, and small residual embers remain in my blood and skin, which if they were not removed by me, would end in my death, no matter how much regeneration I had," Izuku explained with a somewhat serious look while he remembered the many times he had to rush to put out the remaining embers in his body. All Might tensed, then worried a little for his student because of the risks he was taking by using such a risky and dangerous quirk for the user. "You took a big risk using them, young Midoriya," the blonde said with a serious expression as he looked at his student. Izuku agreed with a nod, then looked at his right fist, and then opened it to take out a small black flame from his palm that remained stable, surprising All Might a little. "You're right, but the truth is that it's a very useful quirk in combat, and yet I still refrain from using it as much as possible," said the green-haired man with a slight smile, and then clenched his fist, and the inferno flame disappeared. "Because if it gets out of hand you could seriously hurt the people around you. It is certainly dangerous for you to use it on people. You were very lucky that they were only robots this time," All Might said seriously, receiving a nod from Izuku. Before Izuku could speak again, All Might took a sip of his drink brought by the owner, which by its flavor he identified as lemon soda. "The next one would be Red Volt, which gives me the ability to produce a large amount of reddish electrical energy in my body, and then release it. It is difficult to aim well with this quirk, not to mention that any lightning rod or metal object that is nearby can attract my lightning bolts," Izuku continued explaining with a calm look, and then scratching the back of his neck a little, as he emphasized the difficulties he had when attacking with that quirk. "I repeat, it was lucky that you had the robots as opponents. This way the attacks would definitely be directed at them," the symbol of peace said with a slight smile, while holding the lemon soda that the bicolor owner gave him. Izuku nodded with a slight smile, and then raised his arm to the level of his face. "If I overdo it, it causes my body to suffer several minor spasms, caused by the residual electrical currents in my hypothalamus that are distributed to the rest of the brain, and consequently my muscles," the green-haired man continued speaking with a calm expression, while causing some slight but evident red rays to be produced by his arm. "You studied them thoroughly, right?" the blonde said with a somewhat astonished expression as he watched intently as the red volt rays stopped coming out of his student's arm. "Well, yes and no. At first, after obtaining the minute how each one works, but due to different factors and my in-depth research, I managed to inform myself well about a quarter of the quirks. I have," Izuku answered with a slight calm smile, while he looked away from the ceiling. The Whole Might mentally congratulates his student for being so curious about his own abilities. After all, knowledge is power, and that information could be useful in battle. Izuku said different factors because he didn't want to tell All Might about the various nightmares he's had, in which details of the quirks he possesses are sometimes shown, but thanks to the fact that the former user of All for One tortured the original users to get the information out of them. Then anyway, the next one is Not Alone, which allows me to duplicate parts of my body or create copies within a 30-meter radius of me," continued the green-haired man with a calm expression, as he looked down at his teacher. Then he made two hands appear out of nowhere from the table and point at each other, surprising All Might. "So your clones were simply duplicates of you?" the blonde asked with intrigue in his tone as he brought his face closer to the hands to look at them more closely. Then Izuku made them disappear, vanishing as if nothing had happened. "In a way, yes, I only duplicated myself by creating them, but they don't have individual consciousness or anything, they just act under my will as extensions of my being in some way," Izuku answered calmly as he leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. But bothered him a little that he couldn't find the scientific sense of Not Alone, and that was evident to All Might, who laughed a little at that aspect of his student. "It doesn't have an impact in itself. But these don't match me in strength, and the more I produce, the less strong and skilled they are," said the boy sitting back in his seat as he watched All Might take a sip of his lemon soda. "Did you create the names for your quirks?" All Might asked curiously as he rested both elbows on the table. "Well, some of them, yes, some had been named by the previous user, and others I changed because I didn't like them," the green-haired man answered calmly, remembering the afternoons when he was at home thinking of suitable names for his quirks, like some that made references to his favorite series or mangas, clever names, or with some reference to mythological or historical themes. "And I think you didn't notice from the cameras, but I also used a quirk in the air when I launched those 3 pulses," added the boy with a serene look while raising his index finger, capturing the attention of All Might, who was a little startled upon hearing a Izuku. How did you know about the cameras? All Might asked, noticeably surprised that Izuku knew about the cameras that only the school's faculty and the city's builders knew of their existence. Well, I saw several when I was passing through the streets and alleys. They're very obvious. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if someone else noticed them too, Izuku replied with a somewhat amused smile at his teacher's reaction. All Might felt a drop in his temple and covered his eyes, disappointed that those secret chambers were so obvious. The quirk I use is called God Eyes. It allows me to do several things: see long distances if it is within my range of vision, ultraviolet vision, have infrared vision, thermal vision, and with great difficulty X-rays. The green-haired man explained calmly, listing the amount of advantages and abilities that this quirk brought with it, greatly surprising All Might, who recognized that this quirk was very useful. That's amazing. That's why you were able to perfectly aim at 0 points despite being so far away. Could you show it to me? Asked a number 1 hero with a slight smile, while he was particularly interested in seeing that vision quirk that was very scarce in society. Okay, Izuku agreed with a slightly amused smile before closing his eyes for a few seconds. When he opened them, he revealed his special eyeballs, completely decorated as if they held the cosmos within them. Wow! All Might exclaimed, surprised and startled in his seat at how impressive it was to see the green-haired man's eyes when he used God Eyes. His Izuku only had a slight smile and then looked closely at his teacher. Wait a minute, you're wearing All Might's underwear. The green-haired boy said, somewhat incredulous at what he was seeing. His teacher was wearing underwear decorated with his face in the shape of a muscle man. The All Might was surprised by what Izuku said. He was embarrassed and nervous, while comically covering his body, feeling dirty and wanting to prevent his student from continuing to observe him. It's just that I have many for free and they are comfortable and expandable. While you didn't need to see that, young Midoriya, you just had to show them to me. Explained an upset All Might while nervously signaling Izuku to stop. But she caused Izuku to laugh a little embarrassed and then blink, returning his eyes to normal. I'm sorry. Anyway, this quirk, if I overdo it or try to see beyond my range of vision, causes a strong pain to invade my eyeballs, causing discoloration in my horizons and expansion of my pupils. If it weren't for my regeneration, I would probably already be blind. The Izuku said, with a serene look and a slight smile, as he watched his teacher calmly sit back in his seat, when he saw that his student would no longer be able to see him in his underwear. Does that regeneration quirk have a name? The blonde asked, curious about the name of that famous regenerative quirk that until now kept the young man who always took so many risks to become a hero alive. Well, that quirk is called Mom. The detailed explanation is very long, but in summary, it causes my entire organism to have regenerative properties, because each tissue in my body has stem cells. Therefore it can counteract or alleviate the repercussions that my body suffers. The boy responded calmly and with a slight smile, while he looked closely at his arm, with which he hit the 0-point robot in the entrance exam. That's amazing, and why is it called Mom? The number 1 hero asked, then took a sip of his drink. At this question, Izuku lowered his head slightly with a somewhat sad look and smile. Well, in some way I wanted to feel like my mother was with me, so the best thing is to pay tribute to her with a quirk that no matter how much damage I suffer, it relieves and heals me like she did with me. The green-haired man responded, then raised his gaze, showing a renewed and happy smile that greatly moved the symbol of peace. That's very touching of you, young Midoriya. Believe me, your mother would be proud to see the kind of boy you are, and the hero you're going to become, All Might said with complete sincerity and a look full of pride for his student, while holding him by the shoulder with one hand. Thanks, now we better finish eating. Toga must be starting to get annoyed by my absence at this hour. The Izuku thanked him with a nod, and then reminded All Might that the tasty food was getting cold while they were distracted. All Might nodded, and then they both began to eat what was left of their cats again. Once they both finished eating, they said goodbye to the owner, who responded with a comeback soon, and then each went home, but not before bumping fists with smiles on their faces. At Izuku's house several days later. The days passed at Izuku and Toga's house. And now there was only one more day left until classes started at UA. Izuku didn't neglect his training. He read and studied as usual. Toga, for her part, trained her physical attributes to try to be on par with the other students, who were surely talented, not to mention that she occasionally spoke on the phone with Mina Shido, the girl she met at the entrance exam. Izuku was currently standing in the living room, wearing a plain white shirt and green shorts, searching with some frustration. He looked under the furniture, behind the television, in the bathroom, and found nothing. Then he returned to the living room and exclaimed, "Hey Toga, have you happened to see where my uniform is?" Basked a green-haired boy from the living room while he had his hands on his hips, and continued looking out of the corner of his eye to see if he could find his UA uniform. "I don't have one, after all, what would I do with a boy's uniform?" Toga exclaimed in a playful tone from her room, sounding very suspicious to Izuku. Seconds later she left her room, and when Izuku turned to see her he was surprised. "But what?" exclaimed the green-haired boy, startled a little as he looked at Toga, who was wearing her uniform. That was too big and baggy on her, because it wasn't made to her size. Toga watched Izuku's reaction with amusement, a big smile on his face, then playfully spun around on one foot, and then looked back at the green-haired boy. Izuku sighed a little tiredly, not wanting to make a fuss, then looked at Toga calmly. "What the hell are you doing, Toga?" Izuku asked calmly and with an authoritative expression, looking at the blonde. "Well, I was curious to see how you'd react, so I borrowed it for a moment," Toga replied with a cheerful smile as she watched herself observing how big Izuku's clothes looked on her. He, for his part, slowly approached until he was in front of her. "Well, you saw my reaction. Now take it back so I can clean it and get it ready for tomorrow," the green-haired boy asked calmly. His expression relaxed as he extended his hand to the blonde, signaling her to return to her room to take off her uniform. But Toga stuck her tongue out at him, and then skipped agilely around the room until she ended up standing on the couch. "Don't be bitter, you should be happy that we're going to UA tomorrow," Toga exclaimed excitedly and full of energy while extending both hands in the air. To say that she was anxious was an understatement, because lately her hyperactivity and spirits were increasing every day, something that Izuku didn't exactly dislike. "I'm happy about that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that my uniform wouldn't be ready if you don't give it to me now," Izuku replied calmly as he slowly approached the couch to look up and see Toga. She put a hand on her chin thoughtfully and stayed like that for a few seconds. "Fine, I'll give it to you, but only if you do one thing I tell you," the blonde said with a smile, as she looked at the green-haired boy. To which the boy sighed, tired and feeling that something would make him regret accepting. "Tell me what you need, money or food?" Izuku asked with some annoyance while his eyes were closed. Toga usually asked for small amounts of money to buy herself candy or pieces of cake, or sometimes she also asked Izuku to make her food, because she was too lazy to make it for herself. "I want you to take away my quirk," she replied without losing her smile before jumping off the couch. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise at this comment, but before jumping to conclusions, he decided to ask, "Why would you want that?" The green-haired man asked, intrigued by Toga's strange request. It didn't make sense that she would just out of nowhere ask him to take away the ability she was born with, and that would allow her to be a very useful hero in the future. "Well, I'm curious to see how you would use it. Anyway, you can return it to me later," Toga said with a slight cheerful smile, as she placed both hands on her waist while looking at Izuku. Hearing her, he breathed calmly and regained his composure. "I guess just this once. But remember to give me my uniform afterward." Izuku accepted calmly and with a look, approaching him for having to fulfill his part of the agreement, to which Toga nodded with a victorious and satisfied smile. Then Izuku slowly approached Toga until he was right in front of her, then he slowly moved his right hand up to Toga's forehead to touch it with his palm. After that, he began to use all for one to remove transfern, releasing a small black glow from his hand. "That feels so strange." Toga said with a big smile, feeling a bit of a tingling and dizziness all over her body. The dizziness wasn't so bad because it was almost drowned out by a warm feeling that surrounded her and seemed to protect her. Once Izuku finished, he removed his hand and looked at Toga calmly before extending his hand again, claiming his UVA uniform. Okay, now give it back, the green-haired boy said, without giving it any further thought. He'd done his part, and now it was his friend's turn to do the same, but he was surprised to see Toga just shake her head. No, now you have to take my appearance, Toga said demandingly and with a smile full of arrogance while touching Izuku's nose with her index finger, showing that she liked having control over the green-haired boy. But you would have to have your own blood, right? And you don't have any samples, replied the boy with a slight smile, believing that he had found an opening with which to free himself from Toga's orders. You're wrong about that, Izuku-kun, said the blonde with a mocking and victorious tone while maintaining that smile full of satisfaction. Then Toga took out of one of the pockets of Izuku's uniform a small vial of blood that had a label that said "Me," accompanied by a kawaii drawing of Toga. You prepared all this in advance, Izuku muttered, somewhat irritated at the fact that he had lost, as he took the small vial. Toga nodded triumphantly, then gave the green-haired man space to transform. Izuku calmly gulped down the blood, feeling the strange taste of iron in the blood run down his throat and into his esophagus. He then tried to activate transfer, only to realize in less than a second that his clothes and skin were changing shape. Booyah, so this is what it looks like when I transform, how strange, Toga said, strangely surprised to see how Izuku was slowly adopting his appearance. She could have simply transformed in front of a mirror or something similar if she was that curious. Within a minute, Izuku already had the same appearance as Toga, even wearing a copy of her uniform that was too big and baggy on him, due to not being on her original body. The green-haired boy took a close look at himself to confirm that he wasn't actually in his body. Then, no matter how curious he was about feeling Toga's breasts or something else, Izuku simply refrained from doing so and put on a calm, tired expression on his face. Or was it Toga's? You know what I mean. Well, now can we stop all this? Izuku asked with a tired tone, although inside he was incredibly nervous. This was because when he got closer to Toga, he could feel her breasts bouncing, or how they weighed a little, making him have to stand up straight. It's okay, Izuku-can, just think about getting back to normal. The blonde agreed with a slight smile, luckily for Izuku. He was mentally grateful that he was in that form only for a few seconds. Izuku relaxed his body and eventually repeated the same process he did before, and little by little, his body began to change shape again. After another minute, Izuku was almost done, and when he opened his eyes, he realized it was a bit cold. He took a good look at himself and saw that he was completely naked. But what the hell? Exclaimed the green-haired boy, very surprised and embarrassed, with a strong blush on his face, while he automatically covered his crotch and shrugged his shoulders. Toga, for her part, seeing that Izuku was completely naked, was left stunned and hypnotized by her friend's muscular and strong body, not to mention that she was able to briefly see that. Toga, don't just stare and get me some clothes, demanded the green-haired man, completely embarrassed and angry while now using a cushion from the sofa to cover his crotch. At this, Toga woke up from her trance surprised and then wiped a thread of saliva that fell from the corner of her lips. Oh, okay, the blonde agreed in a military style and with some embarrassment while also blushing. Then she quickly left in the direction of Izuku's room, leaving him alone in the living room. God, how embarrassing, I'm never doing this again, the green-haired man said to himself out loud while he prudently headed to the bathroom and search of something to cover his nakedness. Toga, for her part, was in Izuku's room, searching through his closet for clothes to give to the green-haired boy. She still had a blush on her cheeks, while her eyes were covered by the shadow of her hair. Fufufu, the plan was a complete success, Toga said in a malevolent and suspicious tone while having a slight smile on her face.